Okay, let us begin. Begin. Oops, wrong button. All right, straight in. Oakley dokley, where was I earlier today? I need to get my ears out of this. How? Nice. All right. I might add one more thing to this. Which is going to be none. N-O-N-E. Good. So we need to get the items hit surface. Which also means we... Well, we know the surface data, whatever. That's our fallback. And then our surface... hit data by trace, find, blah, blah, blah. If we can't find that, we revert to the... Going beast mode. Hello, hello. How's it going? Do I... Is that on item thingo? No. I could do that though. But that doesn't have the actual material map thing, because that's in modular weapon stuff. So yeah, this should just be... I guess we just do that then. Jay, long time no seeth, indeed. Indeedious. How are you doing? What have you been up to? You just doing school stuff? How am I going to do this by location? Well, I guess we need to... So we're going to do an early branch. This equals none, meaning we skip it. Well, let's go not equal. Full-time school and animating when I can, just trying to get it out. Awesome, awesome. Yeah, animating's it's a good skill to have. Very good skill to have. Oh wait, this doesn't, this is in the data asset. Maybe I should do this in the item, not the data asset, because this could be different for, yeah, actually that's very true. We'll do this in the item object. New function, paste function. Get item hit surface. There we go. So now we can get the item actor reference. We can make sure that's valid. That comes from the static data. Trace type to surface hit data. Da, da, da. Then here we can just valid item actor reference. And if it is valid, then we want to get component by Blast. Well, actually, no, this should always have an attack trace thing on it. Don't know. Oh, actually, no, that isn't true necessarily. Or is it? No, it's not necessary. Is it though? Trying to think of an item that doesn't have attack traces on it. Because even things like chests and crates will be items, but do we really need this? Well, we could use this when simulating them. But not really. So I guess we will do get component by class. Item attack trace component. Change that to default surface hit data. Where is it? Service hit data. There we go. This will be default. Coolio. So if that is valid, we're going to get the trace array. Get the item attack trace array. Yes. We're going to... Fuck. Okay. That's the attack trace array. So if we go for each of these and break that out, and we know the socket, so we can get the item mesh. Shit. Ah, item actor mesh. Get socket location. And we need to get... I need to write a function for get closest, blah, blah, blah. Or is there a... No, there's just find closest, blah, blah, blah. So... To our function library we go. This is called get nearest location in array. So this is going to take in a location. So, we want to get the smallest one, so this is just going to loop through... Oh, just loop, regular loop. The output is going to be... the location and the doodad. This will be on complete though. So we want to get the closest points, which means if we have a local variable called smallest distance, which will be a float, we're going to start that at very high number, billion. And then for each doodad, we need to set the current index, the current well, we'll call them temp actually. Ah, fuck. Alright, so distance. It could be distance squared. That would actually be cheaper. Yeah. And then we could just... yeah. So... in order to find this, the closest point of these points to this point, we go through all of them. We compare the distance between that and this. We could do this. And then we set the smallest distance squared. But then when we go to the next one in the array, we only set it again if it is less than, not equal to. Then, oh, sorry, if, wait, fuck, we have to do this before that. Yeah. Easy. So if that is da-da-da-da-da, I'll probably tidy this up by putting that there. Math. All right. So. Banger? Yeah, yeah. The old Zelda soundtrack. So, okay. Let's just run over this one more time. We have our location, the location array. When we start, this is set to like 1 million. I'm going to set it to be bigger. So the distance between this and that is going to be less than 1 million, hopefully. And so it will pass. It'll set this as the new smallest distance. It'll set the temp location, the temp index from the array. Then it will loop back around. It'll test the next point in the array. If it was bigger, then it won't set anything. If it's smaller, it'll set them. It'll keep going through all of them until eventually it's found the smallest one. On completion, it will get the temp location and the temp index and return them. Cool. Nice. So, in here, what the fuck did I call it again? Get nearest location. Should it be nearest or closest? Get nearest. Keywords. Nearest location, closest. So now if I look up get closest. No. Get nearest. The fuck? Oh wait, is it not exposed? Get nearest location in array. Why isn't it showing up? Those fucking birds. Eh? Why will it not get... Oh, it's one word? What the fuck? Do I have to, like... Is it keywords that is fucking it up? Maybe I just have to, like... Let's try again. Uncheck content. Yeah, I did try that, but no luck. I think I just need to reset the engine, as usual. It's usually the fix for most things. Yeah, it's public, so... And it shouldn't need to be pure. Although I could make it pure, but... Yeah, I deleted the keywords just because I thought that might have been interfering with it. Let me just... go back to our thing. What the fuck? Can I not do it in an object? I don't know why that would matter. Does that have to be pure to use in an object? It is pure. Oh no, that's plus or minus random. That's this one. Maybe it does have to be pure. One or more copy nodes could not be... What in here would possibly not be doable in an object? What? Why? Or can I just not use blueprint function libraries in objects? Because I can't... It's a really weird thing if it can't. Super weird. Apparently you can't... Blueprint function library is a collection of static functions that provide utility functionality not tied to that particular gameplay object. These library, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so why could it not work? I mean, like, I can do it on the actor, but that's not what I want to do. Bruh. Unless I call it from the actor. What the fuck? Like, why can I not... What the fuck? I just don't understand why I wouldn't be able to do that. I mean, I can just copy and paste it into the item object thingo, but like, what's the point? I mean, like, I may as well just do this at this point. Just like fucking yeet this into there. Like that. Oh. Wait, now what does it add? Yeah, that's super weird. I don't know why that's a limitation. So then I want to get the attack trace. Where was that? Here. Well, I'll have to do another function for that. All right, fuck, that's nearly fucking. That was a journey. All for something extremely simple, which is just when an object hits something, what is that part of the object made of? Wow. Crucial to gameplay. I mean, we probably want to... So this is get item hit surface. By that, by location. I guess if we are doing it by location, we do want to output the trace type. Because, yeah, if something lands on someone's head, then we can say, yeah, deal damage using this thing, this trace type. Yeah. Now, should this be on the item actor? Probably. Because we can't actually get a hit surface unless it's an actor to begin with. Fuck it. We'll just we'll just roll with it for now. Which means that I could use the frickin' that function in it. Fuck my life. All right. So why did I make this again? Oh, yeah. I think I remember now. So... God, the engine just loves overlapping thingos. Gio, how's it going? And Manny, good to see you. Probably should put this on item actor. I'm doing pretty well. Pretty well. And by that, I mean I'm doing good enough. Good enough. But now I've lost my train of thought. I was doing something attack trace thingo. Yeah. Right, because we wanted to get surface hit data 2, which we would then use the function here, get surface, get item hit surface. We can get it by, well, that should be a pure. Yeah. But it really should be the actor, because it's getting the socket. Unless it already knows this, but then we could just say the actor, get the object, get the static data. You know what? We're going to move it. Copy. Item actor, paste. Get item hit surface. Now you get dead. Then this will give errors because there's no... Right, this should be self. Get reference to shelf. Oh, wait. Get item static data. No. Get item object. Get static. There we go. Is self valid? Well, you'd want to fucking hope so, because this is the one that's calling the function. Swag, indeed. Did you switch to UE5? Yeah, I did, as soon as it went into production release. And it's been pretty good. Did you work on my tessellation shaders? Yeah. Rest in peace, tessellation. Oh well, we'll survive. You won't. Fair. Yeah, I mean, I don't actually use tessellation for much. Well, didn't use tessellation for much anyway. But I can see why some people are a bit annoyed. Location. Well, then we can just get the default. Right, it looks like this could work. So, in tac trace, blah, 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 blah. Owning item actor, get surface, hit surface. That should be pure. Pure. Oops. 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 There we go. Then this, by trace type, is the trace type that hit. We put it there. Then we know the surface hit data, blah, blah, blah. We know the modifier. That should be an item material type. Try so we don't need. Nope. Cool. Damn it. Okay. So then we do the blah, 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 blah. Sweet. Right, now what? So wait, what was this for again? This was if we... something. Probably do that. Wait, what's this for again? Take damage if it doesn't have a damage handler. So that's an interface to the blah blah blah. Incoming surface hit data is going to be this as well. If we even need that. I don't even know if we do need that. Why do we need that on the way in? Because we do the stuff on the way out. Like the sounds and shit. So why would we need to... You know what? We do it like this. Oh wait, that won't return then. Because I was thinking, we do sequence. We do this. The hit component doesn't. Oh, fuck, there's so much shit to do. Because that will output the foliage hit thing. Which is actually... No, that does make sense. So yeah, let's do this back here. Fucking hell. Manny, thank you for the extra girth. Beautiful. So yeah, we could do this. Cut that all. Obviously, we can't put the return there then. So we just have to set that as a variable. Then here, after we do the thing, we play the sounds and blah, blah, blah. We get the outgoing hit surface. That's that one. So whether we hit a character and we hit their armor, or we hit a bush, and that gave us this. That should be set. Surface. And then we'll just get this as a local variable. Yup. Yup. Then this will just go out here. And we can just return that local. If that was by location, no, we always... This is to process an actual hit. Oh, fucking hell. Okay. Be careful, you might wear out that save key. Shut your mouth. It's just a habit. Just a habit from my audio days. Cool. Yes, this will work. Wow. Wowee. Who would have thunk? Oh, wait, I can just get the item. Also, I'm going to rename that to temp item hit surface data, just so we know that it's the temp variable. Oh, but we... I guess we could just do this. Why not? Actually, if we do that, then it doesn't look as bad. There we go. Beautiful. So, what was this again? This was for something. Oh, to process a hit. Very good. I guess this is process melee hit, kind of. Well, no, because I was going to combine projectile tracing and melee tracing. I guess this could just be to process the damage stuff, and then the rest of it could be a separate thing. Because this is, yeah, pretty monolithic doodad. Well, no, I mean, for projectiles, it uses the exact same thing, except this doesn't happen. Yeah. Bonk bonk. That input should be default 1. And then blah, blah, blah. All right, we can probably try this now. It's just a matter of how are we gonna do? How do we do the thing? You know? Animatolog. Thank you very much for the tier 1 7 months. Wow. Wow. I hope you have a nice day also. You have to stream more between midnight and 6 a.m. your time? I do usually. Yeah, most of the time I do stream after midnight, but I'm a bit early today. So I just felt like it, you know? I just felt like streaming for some reason. It was a bit weird. Yeah. It's very rare that I actually feel like doing something. Same here. Coffee's never a bad idea. I might just move these fellas. Naked people live over here. All right, where are we? What are we doing? Well, there's a weapon doing its thing. Ow! My fucking toe. Nice. Okay, cool. So what we need to do is not start tracing it on begin play. Do we? Well, no, we want to create the... No, we just don't want to do that. Although we do want to set that. Although I'm pretty sure I don't actually use tracing mesh anymore. I'm pretty sure I just use item mesh. But we'll just leave it for now. So this is our item attack trace component. Wow. So I guess we kind of do want two separate logicses for melee and projectiles. And then obviously we have physically simulated as well. So let's do... Oh, there's so much shit in here that I don't need. Current attack type we won't actually be using. Oh, that's the other thing I need to do. Is actually determine... this. Is it a sweep or a thrust? Also, I'm pretty sure I changed that to be swing. Or swung. Or whatever. But I guess whenever we process hit... No, would it be in process hit or would it be in the actual attack trace cycle? Because we have trace type array. Can something ever be a thrust while other parts of the weapon are a... Oh, actually, I guess it's possible. So we just need to do another output array. Oh, I hate this. Because these arrays aren't, like, technically joined together. It should be a struct. But I'm just too lazy to make a struct just for this thing. So it's just like parallel arrays that always line up, you know. So in process hit, this would then... Wait, but how does this know the damage? Huh? Oh, determine outgoing damage. So this needs a trace. Oh, where am I gonna... I guess it should be in here. Determine outgoing damage with a direction. No, where do I want it? Because where does this current attack type get set in the component, which we, yeah, don't actually do anymore. So where do I want to do this? I guess it would be in the attack trace cycle itself. So whenever we do hit something, we actually want to do a calculation, yeah, using the hit result and the start and end and blah, blah, blah. So I guess a new function, which shouldn't actually be in the item attack trace component because the... No, it should. Or should it? Should, yes. New function. Swing or thrust. Swung. Swung. Swing. Swing or thrust. This needs a hit. Well, let's... Oh, yeah, no. Hit, blah, blah, blah. The other thing we need is nothing, really, because we can just break. So we need the item mesh, well, we need the owning item actor, we need the item mesh, we need the get component up, get up vector, and then we're going to dot that against the trace start minus trace end normalized. Bam. But wait, how can I do this for a physics object? We'd need to take in the velocity of the object instead, and then find the closest socket type thingo, blah, blah. Well, no, that would just be... maybe we just say, instead of using the hit, we just put in a velocity or direction. Well, let's just do direction. So, like, direction of trace, I guess. You can probably just kill that. Don't need that. This will be a vector. That will dot against the up vector of the doodad. Then if this is... fuck, I don't know, 0.5 something something... or actually, in range. Because we want it to... if it goes backwards, then it should still count. Wait, does that make sense, though? Yeah, because if we use the back end of it, then it would be the minuses. So we could even just do this. I don't even know if that's correct or not, but figure it out. So then in the thing, wherever it is, here, we can do swing or swing or thrust, question mark, direction of trace is... does this have a direction? No, it doesn't. So then we're going to have another local. This will be called hit trace. Well, not hit trace. This will be like swing or thrust array. This frame. Because it could technically be different. So anyway. The fuck? Ah. Itchy, how's it going? So then when we process all of the things, we get our thing. Is it okay to ask a question about Blender here? Yeah, absolutely. We are Blender enthusiasts. Or at least I am. Well, maybe I'll call it a... That should be trace point type, and this should be trace hit type, or trace orientation type or some shit. I don't fucking know. Ah, you... Oi! No, oh no, trace points type. Oh, fuck. Now this outgoing damage also needs a one of these. Oh, no. That in there. This Beyond Good, this is a perfect soundtrack to murder everyone in your house just with a smile. Well, luckily for everyone that I live with, no one's home. So for that famous YouTube donut tutorial, I'm going to assume you know the one. I do know the one, although I haven't actually, I haven't done it myself. Problem is now when exporting this to Unity, sprinkles I've made on the donut does not follow when exporting to Unity. Yeah, you'd need to, like, apply the particle thingos. Because I guess the way to think about it is like a particle system in Blender is like a preview, like a non-destructive version of what you're doing. So with the particles and stuff, you can change the parameters and it'll like update them all and that kind of stuff. So you just need to apply it to kind of like bake the particles into actual meshes for it to work. Yeah, all good, all good. You've done it, Jay? Hell yeah. Yeah, it's pretty iconic. That's for sure. Come with tutorial, you get hungry for donuts? Yeah, I can imagine. All right, so one thing I need to check is what is the up vector of our items? Is it like the actual up vector, or is it like not the actual up vector? Like, you never know. You never know. So, is there a way to like clear all? Yeah, that's amazing. Sweet. So that's a big mess. We're going to ignore that. We're going to go to our event dick. No, I can't. Let's just ignore that. And draw debug line. Well, no, let's get the... Okay. Let's see. Okay, that does work. Although the... it's from the actor origin. Not the component origin, but it's correct. Yes. It's pointing in the right direction. So that is definitely the up vector of the component. If we did it from... this, then it would make a lot more sense. Oops. Fuck's sake. Stop it. So, yeah. It's our debug traces. Cool, cool, cool. So then a dot product with the... How does a dot work? It'll just compare it with... Yeah, if it's the same as that, then it would be 1. If it's less than that, it would be not that. So yeah, we can kill this now. Plug this back in. We can don't need that. So this means... Oh, well, wait, hold on. I need to untick, tick. Untick, tick. So like this visual view to functions in Unreal? Yeah, I much prefer it to written code. It's just a lot easier to follow. No, Dizzy, how do you get the motivation to work on every day? It's a good question. I get asked that a lot. I guess it's just what I want to do. It's fun. It's what I do for fun. Otherwise, I wouldn't do it. I'd just, I don't know. Play video games, or eat lots of food, or sleep all day. But that's not what I want to do. That's boring to me. I like to do this stuff, and I like to stream. I like to chat with everyone and hang out and all that stuff. Ready to ration. Yeah, exactly. Do I want this to be a bool? I guess it has to be a boolean, doesn't it? I can change it to an enum with a switch if I have to later. But I think what I'll do when they are like when the item is physically simulated, instead of tracing all the time, we'll just do it so that like it's simulating, and then on a hit event, we do one row of, well, we don't even need to do a row of traces. We can just do, on hit event, get the closest trace point of the weapon, and then see if that is the right thing. Oh, although I guess for like, that's interesting with blades and stuff. Like if the flat of a blade hits you, I mean that's probably a little bit too detailed. We'll tackle that another time. Because that would only be relevant for physics simulated, blah, blah, blah. Just used to having a million things in the head at this point. I'm saying so it doesn't matter anymore. I do like the idea of being able to view how things connect graphically. Yeah, I mean, that's sort of how that's why I enjoy this layout. Sorry, one sec. Because, yeah, it is like... It's like having a... what do you call it? Like a... You do it in coding sometimes, like a flowchart kind of thing. Where you, like, connect all your functions together in a visual way to, like... to plan it out and whatnot. That's sort of what this is, but it also executes the code as well. So, yeah, I find it a lot easier to keep everything organized this way. Especially when you start getting, like, really stupidly complex systems going. Like our attack tracing bullshit. So the thing that I need to... Well, actually, you know what? Let's test if this works first, because we don't actually know if it works or not. There's one more thing we need to do. In process hit... Well, this should be process melee hit, really. Because the other one sort of differs slightly, although I could just do it with some booleans inside here. Because the only difference is when it hits something, it can ricochet or bonk or whatever. Or keep going. So there isn't actually much difference, but... Yeah, I'll probably combine them with some booleans. Some booleans. Some booleans. How do you put the image in the blueprint editor? In the editor preferences, just search background. And you can put any image or material as the background of your what's it called? Blueprint thinger. Even if it's animated. Ooh, animated. Animated. No worries. The most difficult part is the start of a project. That's true. I guess you really need to sort of break it into systems before you start. Like, this is what I want the game to be. Now, what's the most crucial system that needs to be in place? 99% of the time, it's the character movement systems. Because that's what the player's doing 99% of the time. So that's what I would always start with, is how does the player navigate the world? Or, you know, the levels or the game or whatever. And then, yeah, everything gets built off of that. Like, the combat requires movement. The inventory stuff requires movement to, like, you know, go and pick up items and blah, blah, blah. Quest system requires movement. Dialogue system requires movement. Yeah. Movement. Now, does anyone know what I was doing? Oh, okay. So in our Action Manager component, we have our... Do we have our current main weapon? Is that something that I keep track of in here? And what the fuck's going on here? Gotcha. Current action. Right. Attack input, blah, blah, blah. So we set the attack array in here, but do we... I swear we do keep track of the... Oh, we just query the equipment component and get the main weapon object. Gotcha. So we could just do this and say... But then what if it's an offhand weapon? We need to know which one the thing... You know what? For now, everything's the main hand weapon. If we're doing the attack, it's from the main weapon. So we'll tackle that later. That's a topic for a different day. But in our anim notifies. Where the fuck is it? Where would it be? Attack trace notifier. Melee attack active frames, blah, 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 blah. Instead of doing it here on the humanoid melee attack trace component, blah, 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 that isn't what we're going to do. We are going to get our owner. We're going to see if we can find an equipment component, which of course we will, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to fucking do anything. We wouldn't be doing this attack animation if we didn't. Thingo. Then we're going to find main weapon object. If valid, we are going to, on main weapon object, get actor reference, item actor reference. Then on this, we're going to get component by class. We're going to get the attack trace, item attack trace component. We're going to trace start. What's it called? On attack trace start. Is melee? Yes. We're going to check if this is valid as well, just to be safe. And that just works. And we do this. Then when it ends, we do the same thing, but this time we call trace end. Cool. Managed to make the particles in place. Now I notice their randomized colors did not follow. Came out brown. Any hints to color rank follow particles? You would need to. Ooh, that's a good question. You'd need to bake a texture for particles and stuff. Or you could use vertex color. You could bake it to vertex color and use vertex color in the engine. Could work. Possibly maybe work. Holy shit, it works! Let's see if it actually deals damage, though. Okay, interesting. I did not expect it to work. Because we haven't tested it at all yet. Constraint plugin I showed you the other day's literary channel. True. I mean, Cascadeur already comes with a thing like that. Feels more baking than blending. That's good. I like that. I like that. Cool. All right. Next is I'm trying to read Action Manager component. Cast to freeze attack component, determine outgoing damage, blah, 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 blah. Right. Okay, that's because when we look for the determine outgoing damage, we are looking for our own Action Manager component, but we should be getting this from our living bean. Well, okay, this is kind of difficult because once we throw an item, we don't own it anymore. So if we have any damage multipliers on a thrown item... Well, no, that would just be determined by its velocity and stuff. Because if our character is stronger, they throw it at a faster velocity. And the weight of the weapon and the blah, 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 blah. So I guess it's only for melee stuff. Because the only thing we do here is at the action damage multiplier, which isn't relevant. We should probably input that into here as like a damage multiplier thingo. Yeah, I think that works way better. So this will be a damage multiplier. Damage multiplier. Which means we don't need this. Which means we don't need that. And we're just gonna set this to be 0, 0, 0. Oh, fuck. Can we not? Can you not do defaults for a struct? Can you not do struct defaults? What the fuck? Plus defaults? Determine outgoing damage? No. Unless, hold on, I've got an idea. Wait, can this get... What if it's not passed by reference? Then it's fine. Why can't I set a default value for this struct? I guess I could set the struct's default itself to be 1, which makes sense. Physical damage struct. Can it not have defaults? No, default. Here we go. 1, 1, 1. Prepare for engine crashes. Oh, no, it worked. It worked. Wow. Who would have fucking thought that the engine would work for once? Right. Interesting. Now, he's not getting back up, is he? I've evidently dicked up the thrust versus sweep No? Because this is an S stock, and it shouldn't be doing much thingo, you know? Let's see what's going on here. When we process hit, we use the... I might even just do that, so it's... yeah. So it's whatever. So it's whatevs. We could do this. Oh, we could even determine the outgoing damage earlier, rather than need to do it everywhere. Because that could go there, and that could go there. Well, that should be... Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, we could just set local variable here and do that. But for now, I'm just gonna spaghetti it. So when we go to our attack trace cycle, we determine if it's a swing or a thrust. Evidently, this is not working. So. We're gonna print... Well, actually, we can just breakpoint here. So this should definitely be a swing when we hit this fella. It's true. Which means it is a swing. So if we go next, it's a swing. Wow. And then that's going to pop out here. Add it to the array. Blah, 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 blah. We're going to do the next trace. Blah, blah, blah. Right. That was swunged. Now, if we do this, that returned false. So that was a thrust. So maybe it is working. That was also a thrust. Okay, so it is working. I might just... fuck, where does this get? Attack trace, blah, blah. Let's actually just print the thing. And the... Actually, no, you know what? Let's do it in here. Sound effect, though? You mean the RuneScape man hit sound? Or do you mean like the stabby sounds and stuff? Also, I'll be right back. I just need to get something to eat. And we're back. Hello. Xmuno, how's it going? Hello, hello. All right, let's do some testing. Oh. That was a swing. Wow. Who would have thought? That was a thrust. More thrusties. All right, we need this guy to be alive. I don't know why he's not getting up after he dies. That was swung. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I think this is a better way of determining thrust versus swing. I wonder if I do that. Okay, sorry. I'm just wondering if there's some... Yeah. So some thrusts become swings if they hit from a certain... I mean, a swing... Yeah, it's fine. I can probably lower the dot product. I want to get like a draw cut or push cut, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, so that does work. Yeah. Oh, right, because if we... I mean, it won't... Yeah, I think I'll lower it so that a swing is like way... like a kind of higher bias. It's like this. Should be more than enough. Because a swing should be like essentially completely horizontal. Like that. Because it's relative, so it's the direction of the thing relative to the up vector of the... How is that a thrust? Because it's the direction of the trace, so yeah. Right, maybe up a tiny bit, but... This should be good enough. So the reason that I'm doing it based on the direction now, rather than having it as like a predetermined thing in the animation, is because we want to actually, if a weapon or item is physically simulated, so we drop a spear off a roof and it lands on someone point first, we need to know if that was like, if it was a thrust or a swing, or, you know, if it was vertical or horizontal relative to the direction of the thing. So, yeah. Now, the other thing I needed to do is the projectile trace component. So the projectile component was doing the tracing beforehand, which it's not going to do anymore because all weapons can be projectiles when they're like thrown, I guess. So we just want to what was that? Oh, that was yeah, makes sense. So the actual traces themselves are like essentially the exact same. It's just the on collision stuff is different. So when we process the hit, we get the impact location, impact normal, process projectile hit, and then that determines what happens at the end. So does it deflect and keep tracing as a projectile? Does it bonk? Does it whatever? That stuff's all done in a big function now. So that's all the same. But then we have extra stuff for embedding an item in someone or something. Which is applicable to weapons as well. Like if we throw a sword at someone and it hits them tip first and it does a certain threshold of pierce damage, then it will get stuck in them. And they can ricochet, blah, blah, blah. So I guess we do just want to do all this. The only other thing that I need to think about is... So with thrown weapons, right? Thrown weapons will be a bit funky. Because... Where's my paint? Hello, paint. My eyes. When we throw something... So let's say it's a throwing axe. Right? There we go. Here's our target. Target is going to be blue person. So when we throw it, we will pre-calculate. Well, we pre-calculate the arc, depending on what the thrown velocity is going to be. But then on top of it, if it's a rotating projectile, we will get this distance, and we will calculate... there'll be like an ideal rotation rate. So ideal... rate. And then based on... So it'll kind of be how many can fit... How many rotations can fit in here. In order to hit this guy at the perfect, you know, like, to hit him properly, basically. So, We then calc. Oh, fuck. Calc number of rotations, and then final rot rate. And then on top of the like aim spread from, like, you know, this is where we're aiming for, then we just add a, you know, random offset, so it could go over him, it could go lower, whatever. We also do variation of rot based on, you know, dexterity, whatever. So, if we're really close to a character and the rotation rate is inaccurate by like 0.1 degree per second, it isn't really going to make much of a difference, because, like, you know, it might do like that there and then that there. Well, it'd be a lot closer where it completes a thingo. So it might hit them, you know, pretty square on if they're really close, but then over longer distances, the variation in the rotation rate means that it might not hit them with the right part of the throwing weapon, right? So yeah. Link Twitch, if I understood correctly, using the hit logic with tracing instead of using collisions, is that right? Why this decision? Because, for example, you could have assigned swing or thrust based on the collision, I think. So, the other thing to keep in mind is the different parts of the weapon do different things depending on if it's a thrust or a swing. So, the handle of the weapon, if it's a swing, deals blunt damage. If the blade of the weapon hits them during a thrust, not the point of the weapon, but like the edge, it won't deal like any impact damage and that kind of thing. So it is possible to do with... Sorry, let me just get a good example here. Oh, okay, no, I stabbed him. My bad. God damn, the traces end too quickly. Yeah, okay. That time I actually hit him with the point, which was an accident again. I can't stop stabbing him. It's a lot more obvious with like longer weapons like spears and stuff. Like if you thrust at someone with the shaft of a spear, it's not going to do much. Okay, there you go. So you can see I thrust and hit them with the blade of the sword, therefore it only did some slicing damage and no piercing damage and no impact damage. The other thing about collisions is collision is pretty expensive compared to tracing. So tracing is kind of dirt cheap-ish, but collision is sort of... It's a bit harder to manage as well, because then you've got to say that the sword can't be colliding with my character, but it has to collide or overlap with the other character. But then when my character is like physically simulating, it's like it gets a bit too complex. The other thing about the traces is we can give the traces priority over one another. So we can say that the point traces first in this array of traces. Yeah. There's also no sub-stepping. So collision and overlap and stuff does like interframe stepping, whereas tracing is a once per frame thing. So yeah, again, it ends up being cheaper because we're only doing it per frame. So you can see here, it's like big, long sweeps from frame to frame. Like that. That's why we do multiple along the weapon, rather than a, you know, like the Dark Souls, where it's just like from point to tip, over and over. Swing. So yeah, exactly. It's just a bit easier to do it that way. We could do it by having the sockets still there and then just comparing which socket was closest when it collided. But then we'd also have to have really accurate collision boxes, which again gets more complicated. Didn't know that was cheaper. Would you recommend this approach for simpler users too? Do you think that place? I reckon traces are always a better option than collisions if you can do it. So if you had a choice between you want to sense something around a character, like you just want to know if they're in proximity of something, it might be cheaper to use a sphere trace from head to toe with a radius of 10, and then you'll be able to and then the other thing about line traces and traces in general is they're not continuous. Like, you could say do a line trace every 0.1 seconds and it'll still be kind of accurate, whereas a physics overlap or hit result or that kind of thing, it always runs multiple times per frame if it's moving fast and whatnot. I don't know if it does it if it isn't moving very much, but yeah, it's like it's always in lockstep with the physics simulation, whereas line traces exist, like Geo said, kind of outside of it. Yeah, the more stuff you can not do in the physics simulation, the better. It's actually one of the reasons, if I go show collision, so you can see our characters, they don't have any complex collision. And the reason I've got this one big collider here is that when we hit that collider, it will then activate their per limb collision stuff. So you can see that he's now got a collider on his head and his hands and his limbs and his blah, blah, blah. And then after a few seconds, that will deactivate, and now this is now his kind of... It's like a collision manager component. Whenever something that deals damage or needs to hit, you know, our character mesh. So let's say there was like a falling rock. That falling rock, physically simulated, would be looking for overlap events, or maybe this would be the one looking for overlap events, now that I think about it. Yeah. And then when it gets an overlap event that's relevant, it will then turn on the character collision, and then we'd be able to, you know, hit the character on the head with the falling rock. Now, the reason that we do this is because with that, we can have, like 100 actors on screen without really batting an eye. So even though that collision isn't kind of actively being used when the characters are, you know, just standing around, it's still... Oh, fuck. What have I done? I just pushed myself under the world somehow. Ah, that makes sense. Okay, once they're all built, then we should be okay. Oh, okay, they're all getting their fucking weapons. Yep. Okay, so yeah, you can see, like, I'm running at my regular frame rate once that disappears. Yeah, regular frame rate with all these characters on screen that are fully, you know, alive. And it's only when I show collision, when we overlap with their, you know, collision sensor, that it will actually turn on their complex collision, and then it will turn it off again later. So yeah, the less collision bodies you have on screen, or not even on screen, because they simulate off screen as well. Yeah, the less the better. Obviously, you do need collision, like, stuff at some points. Like, for example, yeah, these ones are just here to trace against them. They're not... I guess they're still part of the... Are they part of the physics? Yeah. Well, actually, no, because if they're just set to query only... Activation capsule... Collision... Query only, no physics. Yeah, there you go. Naughty boy. Anyway, what was I doing? Oh, the weapon tracing. Okay, so we were doing the thrusts and the other stuff. Yeah. Okay, so everything's just working, which is alarming. Does that mean that the... Yeah, so the armor stuff is working as well, but is that getting done... Oh, yeah, okay, we were going to do the projectile stuff. Yeah. Yeah, so we want to know if the head of the axe or the handle hit the person. But we pre-calculate the rotation. Whatever. Yeah. Sweet. Now there's one thing... So with the thrown weapons, we could do it... we could just, like, physically simulate it. Although I feel like if we did physics simulation for the rotation stuff, it would end up, like, doing some weird, like rotating on bad axes. So I think we will do the rotation through code. like I do with the arrows, because like the arrows, for example, their movement is all done in code. So, like if I hit this guy, they don't activate the fucking activation capsule. Well, that's all the more reason to move this to the other thing. But yeah, the arrow movement is code. So like if I hit this, am I even tracing against this? Well, if I shoot off the side of the wall, it should ricochet. There we go. And then if I hit it straight on, it'll just... Oh, it'll bonk. Nope, that ricocheted. Just bonk. What is going on here? There we go, that bonked. Bonked it. Yes, more bonk. Okay. Where's that angry crate? Attack, trace, array, item, attack, trace, component. Yeah, that makes sense. This is on the item. Gotcha. Okay, so. Projectile, trace, component, thingo. No, so that's the projectile movement component, actually. Items, projectiles, projectile item. Nope, projectile component, generic projectile component. This is going to be called generic projectile movement. Movement component. It's the Prismatica TM version, because there's a Unreal projectile component, but I'm not a big fan of it. We also don't need the arrow one, because that's just... Who the fuck uses that? And so... This... What does this deal with? I guess embedding... No, because if the weapons... I guess the weapons need a projectile movement component, or like all items do. If the item gets thrown, then like thrown as you know, aggressively, then that will need to be code movement. Yeah, so our attack Tracy boy needs to interface with the projectile movement component somehow. Unless we just like... No, we don't want to combine it all. That's silly. I guess embedding things is... That should be done on the tracing component, because we can do that from multiple... Like, if it's thrown, it can embed itself in someone, or if it gets dropped on them, it can embed in them if it's facing the right way, that kind of thing. That'll all go through the attack trace component. Ricocheting is... So if an arrow hits someone and it hits them in the side of the head and bounces off, it still deals damage. So that will be... This will stay in here because that's still a part of projectile movement. When the projectile bonks, aka simulates, we simulate item physics, which will then put it into a simulation state. So this is also a part of projectile movement thingo, because this then gives it a random impulse thing. At angular impulse in degrees, yeah. After it simulates item physics, which happens through the item actor, and then this will also call simulate. Fuck. This will call activate the audio component as well. We do a YouTube tutorial on the tracing method for weapons, by the way. I think there, in some of the devlogs, there's an explanation about it. I think it's devlog 13.5, maybe? It's one of the more recent ones. Or if not the most recent one. Yeah. It's not like a step-by-step tutorial, but it does kind of explain it all a bit. But I don't really do step-by-step tutorials. I'm more of just a rambler. I've never really been a fan of step-by-step thingos. I think all my videos expect like a kind of like a beginner intermediate knowledge at least. I always get comments like, why didn't you show the whole material graph, or why didn't you put the whole material graph up for download or whatever? And it's like, well, everything else in the fucking material graph isn't relevant to what we were learning about. Like, why do you need my entire water shader when we were just learning about the dot product node or something? It's like, bruh. Why don't I just fucking open source the whole game? Why don't I just open source the whole game? I can't. I can't because of marketplace assets and stuff. Like tutorials because you explain the logic behind something I just... Yeah, exactly. That's why I like my tutorials as well. Because it's not about the result, it's about the... It's not about what's waiting on the other side. It's the climb. It's the climb. A wise man once said. So this process projectile hit, what does it do? So this deals with hitting bushes and shit. Okay, well that's what the other one does as well. It deals with calculate projectile damage, which we just do by getting outgoing melee damage, do all this stuff. We take velocity into account as well. So this is just like it wraps that, but does some extra shit. So that's fine. We can put that in the Tracy boy. What else gets done in here? Just take damage. And then, okay, so this is the only difference. If it hits a non-living being, aka a fucking piece of the environment, then it will get surface data from hit, which is our big monolithic, you know, did it have a physical material? Does it have a material that has a specific thing with its hit map data, blah, 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 whatever. Big function. Then it will play the sounds and spawn the particles, which we do in a different thing anyway. then it will return should it have embedded, bonked, or ricocheted. And the penetration.product is from the physical material on the other end. There should probably be a penetration resistance value as well, because like just because it can penetrate in something doesn't mean it should, because if it like lost a lot of momentum from, or if we threw it really weakly, then we wouldn't expect it to. How would I do that though? It'd be like the required penetration force multiplied by the dot product. Yeah. So if it hit it at an angle, then... Anyway, then when we hit a human person, or thing, we then get the final physical damage. We check if the pierce damage was above a threshold. If it was, we embed it in them. If it wasn't, we check if it should bonk or ricochet off them. That should be dependent on the weapon itself, because an arrow can ricochet, but a throwing knife would never really ricochet. It would always bonk. Because, like, if someone threw an axe at your head and it glanced off the side of it, that would disrupt the whole shebang-a-bang. So, unless we just put that, like, really high for thrown weapons. But, yeah. So this is essentially the exact same, just with some different results. And then we would need to tell the projectile component. Yeah, so we literally just move this part to the tracing component. This already exists on the tracing component. We'd then move this to the tracing component, but then, depending on the result, send or like query the projectile movement component and say, hey, we're going to call these events. They would then call the events and then do whatever was in the projectile thingo. I guess that makes sense. Unless we want to... Oh, no, because we also modify the damage. Yeah, okay, calculate projectile damage. Because that gets... yeah, current velocity and the dot product multiplication. So if it goes just behind someone's head, or like just beside... If it clips someone on the ear, it doesn't do as much impact damage. Well, it doesn't do as much any damage. Actually, it shouldn't really affect the slash damage, should it? That's a good point. Because if there was something that was dealing slash damage, then... and it went past you, it would still deal full slashing damage. Because that's one thing that I wanted. I wanted to do some arrows that are like really... like, call them, like, ultra broadhead arrows or something. Probably not called ultra broadhead, but, like, they're, like, arrows that are, like... here's the fletchings on them. 1, 2, 3. They have, like, a really broad, kind of curved... almost like a crescent shape head to them. And they deal slashing damage, but... so that the collision on them, for like, whatever, is like this big. But then you can like hit people with these parts. So if you like intentionally aim for the side of someone's head, you could like hit multiple people with them. You know, like some sweet collateral, whatever. That would be cool. Would be cool. All right, let's move this over now. So, again, this is all the same. Let me open up this one. Item attack tracing. Hello. Right, event graph. If it is melee trace, we do the attack trace cycle. We do all the shit. We hit the staff. We don't have to check the bonk or anything. Oh, do we though? No. I think if we hit something with a thrown weapon, it should just bonk. So like if you throw a longsword and the tip of it hits the roof, it should bonk. Whereas when we're meleeing, if the tip hits something, or like up to a certain point, it won't stop the swing. So like if we just graze it with the tip, it'll pass through. But if we like really smack it, I think it's like halfway down for a sword, then it will bonk. Okay, that didn't bonk for some reason. That did. That didn't. Why is the bonk trace not working? What the fuck? Are you good? Bonk check. Start. But to bonk. Did it hit? True. Oh. I see. Okay, now it should work. So, if we graze something, that doesn't have stuff. We graze it. Okay, well now it's just not fucking working. What the fuck's going on? Oh, the actors to ignore. I see. We need to ignore self. And we need to ignore... owner. Well, owning item actor. We can do that. And we can get the living being something fucking... I don't know. Owning item object. Current equip living bean. There we go. Let's ignore them. Put that in there. That should work. Oh no, it's looking for objects. So that shouldn't even matter. Hit. Return value. False did not bonk. True. Oh. That didn't do it. We just do that. Maybe that was what was wrong. I mean, it's stopping the traces. Okay, that worked just because it was the... Okay, where the fuck? Process hit, blah, blah, blah. Goes down here, does the bonk check. If it did bonk, bonk weapon. Which just does that. Hang on. Bonk check. Service on service, collision, blah, blah, blah. Oh no. That's fine. If it found trace type of service, hit data, blah, 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 index is true. Do that. Otherwise, use default. That's good. Number 2 is the physical material of the thing that we hit. Do the thing. Oh, the location is the hit result. Oops. Force of 1. Blah, blah, blah. I still don't know why it isn't... Oh, no, yeah, because it should be... The bonk should be happening in... bonk weapon. Do the weapon bonk. Anim instance of the fella. Bonk weapon. End the attack traces and... do the character weapon item bonk stuff. Bonk duration 1.2 seconds, I think it is. Okay. Now if we do it. So if we just graze this. Oh, come on. Why isn't that tracing? All right, now we can test it proper. So that was, yep, that just grazed it, but that bonked it. A full bonk, there we go, it's fixed, and it works with the new component. Sweet. I'm enjoying the ratio of bonk to all other words in this stream. I'm glad. I'm glad. So that's how bonking works. But if we do it here, that should just raise it. Cool. Okay, that works. And does it also work with our other characters? Like, there should be a tiny bit of hit stop. Is there? Yeah. Cool. All right, we're back in business. Let's go back to this. And... oh, this should be melee bonk weapon. Melee bonk. Because projectile bonk is a different thing. Different thing entirely. Shouldn't bonk stop the animation, start a bonk rebound animation? It could, but that means we have to do rebound animations for a lot of shit. The main consideration is the attacks can come from all different directions. So it's a bit harder to do. Like, we'd have to do one for... Yeah. I'll probably do an additive. That's like just an additive of the spine up of the character, just like kind of flinching backwards a little bit. And play that when the bonk happens. And that should kind of simulate the rebound. It won't be completely accurate, because then attacks that come from below will kind of bonk up into it, but... oh, I guess if it just goes back, then it should be fine, but... yeah. It's possible. It's possible, but I'd need to be bothered. Yeah. Ooh. Get deadened. Yeah, the swing thrust system works well. It's pretty accurate. Any visual feedback to further sell the bond? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because it's one of those things, the reason that it exists is so that shorter weapons are more favorable in enclosed spaces, like in real life. Ooh, realism. So if you're using like a 10-foot pike indoors, then it's supposed to tell you, hey, you're an idiot. Stop using this weapon in this very unfavorable situation. Obviously, you could still do it if you were like thrusting only and that kind of thing. But like, yeah. Definitely not the most favorable thing. I might also do, you've given me an idea. Hold on. And it's a good one. Hold the phone. And it's a quick one as well, which is fantastic. We can go on melee weapon bonk, get the living bean that owns this, get component by class, get the knockback component. Shit, how would we? Would we just do it? No, because we can bonk from anywhere. We'd have to do it from the thing that was hit to us. So that would be melee bonk weapon. Let's just take the hit result, wherever that is. We process hit. That'd process all the hits. Oh no, we can get it from the bonk check. Where's the location that the bonk occurred? Yeah, so we'll just do a tiny bit of knockback from where the character bonked it, which is super easy. So then we just have to say this needs a bonk location. This is a vector. Bonk into bonk. Then in here we have our knockback component. Add knockback. Knockback velocity is the actor location. Minus the bonk location. Normalized. And then multiplied by an amount. We'll do 100 for now. This is a disaster. I think 100 is a big number, but I cannot remember. I think that would be 100 units a second. I guess we'll find out. We also need it to go backwards. So yeah, we'll find out if this is correct or not. The attention to detail of this is nice. I mean, it's all just I guess the way it's programmed, like it's all very systemic. Like one thing leads to another, leads to another. So it's actually really easy to do this kind of attention to detail. Because I'm adding knockback in the knockback component, but then characters have knockback resistance based on their overall weight and that kind of thing. A heavy character that hits a wall won't get knocked back as far as a light character that hits a wall. Like, there's just all this sort of stuff that plays in together. Alright, let's see if this actually works. Okay, I think it's going the wrong way. Yeah. What if that was 1,000? Oh no, it is going the right way. It just has to be a bigger number. Oh, fuck. I see. Aha. Oh, it's because we were, like, stuck. Not convinced. Oh, because the root motion is pushing them forwards. It kind of stops them a little bit. Whoa. Speedrun strats. Get that extra acceleration. Easy. It should probably be from the hit normal, shouldn't it? Like, if we hit this wall like this, we'd expect to go this way. Yeah, and like if we hit this, we'd expect to... I don't know. Maybe a midpoint between... Anyway, I think it wouldn't be a big issue if this was just a reasonable number. Let's try 200. We also do this like when you parry, or like when someone parries you, both characters get knocked back slightly. Yeah, it's not as instant. Oh, maybe I should have 2 knockbacks calculating at once. And actually. Okay, my idea. I don't know if it would work well. I was going to say we could scale the root motion to 0 when we bonk. But then we wouldn't be able to step through after a bonk. There's also going to be, like at the moment, the characters can go really close to shit. I need to redo the soft collision component so that characters like kind of get softly pushed away from stuff, because I hate hard collision. So it'll basically just be a thing that traces outwards in a few directions, and if it hits something, pushes us back. Anyway, let's continue. Actually, you know what? Let's just go... I just want to try this. What is that? It's in a character object. That would need a valid check. Otherwise, we get into big trouble. So this should look a lot more knockbacky, because we won't be moving forward as well. Yeah. Yeah, I like the look of it as well, better. Also, I need to, I know we're kind of going in circles at the moment, but let's get our knockback component. The actual... what is it? Knockback. Where's the rate that it ticks back down? There we go. So we want to use bigger knockback values, but higher interp. If that makes sense. That was just a graze. Oh, fuck. Yeah, nice. Yeah, cool. I can frick with that. I think that's a good compromise. Plus, I think an additive would help a lot. But at least now it isn't getting, like, embedded as much, because we knock back a little. It's like, oh, we're trying to hit someone. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I like setting the root motion to 0. I think that's a good one. A googie egg. Good thing with the knockback would be send the arms back as if they were bounced back. Yeah, so that's what I do with the additive animation. Manny, have a great night or day. Have a great. Have great. Do good things. Have good time. Peak, how's it going? How goes the battle? I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. I'm getting back into the swing. Back in the swing. By doing some swinging. I'll have a great next 24 hours. Good, good. And only those 24 hours. Nothing more. Nothing less. Yeah, after that it's all downhill, exactly. He's not getting very knocked around, but is that just because the sword doesn't do much impact damage? No, he just don't give a fuck. Why would that be? Let's go to our damage handler. Code. That is culled now. That's great. Knockback. Also, parrying... I'll leave that there for now. Knockback from damage. Impact damage. Knockback amount. Knockback amount. Wait, why do I square root this? The fuck am I... Right, to soft cap it. Yeah. Knockback velocity per damage should be like shit tons. It should be more than it is, basically. Right. That was quite aggressive. Right. Give me this. Gib. Thank you. Does that not deal as much? Oh. Right. Huh. Force pickup. Fuck. Well, that's a bit too much. Probably half that, and we're in a good spot. We've run out of music. We need more music. I have just the thing. After the ad. Chromebook. Wow, I love laptops. Do I look like I go anywhere? Okay. We have music back. Now. Where were we? We were doing the attack trace component. Yes. And we were doing the traces. Yes. Item attack trace, blah, blah, blah. So, we were consolidating our projectile and melee attack tracing thingos because all melee weapons can become projectiles if you treat them right. So... do we... Yeah. Yeah. I'll be right back, guys. I just need to sort these damn cats out. All right, we're back. Back with a hot bevy. Delish. Wow. 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 All right, back into whatever hell we were in previously. Item attack trace finger. Okay, fucking hell. Okay, okay. So, first things first. For each fucking thing, we need to do an attack trace cycle. Because we need to know which part hit. If it was a swing or a thrust. If it was blah, blah, blah. What the hit was. That kind of thing. Do we want to... Do we just want to go by the first hit? Because a projectile can technically hit multiple fellas if it's going fast enough, which we don't want. So we... Yeah, no, yeah, we can use this exact same one, but in the output, we're just going to get index 0. 0. Do you guys know what 0 means in Japanese? Means 0. Wow. Wow. Bet you didn't know that. The more you know. The more you know. I know heaps of Japanese words like orenji means orange. Pinku. Pinku means pink. Hamburger. Hamburger means hamburger. Everyone's favorite Japanese word. Hotdogu. Hotdogu. It's a Japanese tradition where you set canines on fire. Hotdogu. It's just a joke. Just a joke, by the way. All right, projectile, 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 projectile. If it hits, then what the fuck happens? Well, we need to process the hit. Is it ever gonna... I mean, we should probably do a hit wall check. No, because it would have hit the wall first. Which means that... I don't think we need to do the hit wall check. Because this is only necessary... The hit wall check. Which is something that some games don't do for some reason. It's like so easy to implement. But if we had a really thin wall... like most walls are, right? And we're doing sparks trace, or like, you know, half sparks traces. So if the tip of our weapon touches this, it can technically go through it. Saw that little bit there. You know, before it bonks, basically. So think Dark Souls or Elden Ring or whatever the FromSoft Game of the Week is. So if that trace hits someone, that would say, hey, you've dealt damage, you know, get fucked, blah, 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 blah. The problem there is that that shouldn't have dealt damage because it's, you know, whatever. So the solution is if we hit someone... Well, actually, we can test it here. If we hit someone that we shouldn't have, we do an extra trace from the bottom of the weapon to see if it hits a wall. So from the bottom of the weapon to the hit point, and then if there's something obstructing that, then we know that it shouldn't have hit. I'm not sure if it's implemented proper. There you go. It does work. Now, the real problem happens when the character's limbs go through the wall. Which can actually be solved pretty easily. And I might actually implement that now. We just need to check if the... What's it called? If the trace... There we go. If the trace can reach the origin of the character without hitting a wall. So that should be included in the hit wall check. Which should be line trace for objects, and we're going to do another line trace for objects. If that didn't hit, then we're going to do another one. This one's going to go from the hit location to the the hit actor, get actor location. Oh, it should be hit component, actually. Hit component. Get world location. That should return... Actually, is that going to return the root or the pelvis? That would be the root, actually. So maybe we do want to do that actor. Or we could say socket location. Pelvis. Cool. Let's see if this works now. So it'll be doing a trace from the place that we hit. To the pelvis of the character. And if it hits any obstructing object, it won't register the hit. So yeah, that works. Cool. Even if they are through the wall. In fact, we should never be able to hit this guy now. Except for, like, over the... Like, over the wall. Oh. Fuck. Oh, almost. Let me get ya, you prick. Oh, the collision on the wall's too fucked. Let me get you. You fuck boy. Actually, that's not too bad. That should be. Ah, no, yeah, true. There you go. Problem solved. Someone hire me. Just kidding. Don't hire me, please. I beg. I beg. All right, back to the thing. Back to the thing. So, projectile stuff. We still want to do a hit wall check for the hit. Bam. If there's a wall in between... No, because it should never have hit. It should have... fuck. You know what? We'll just do it anyway. No, because that will go to the pelvis, so then... Which means if we hit them... Well, no, it should always work. Yeah. No. So... In our... Where was it? Projectile movement. Generic component. That's the traces are all done. Then we have the on collision, which is when we trace against something. So when the thing's successful and we're doing thingos, we need to get the impact dot. We could get the impact dot for the melee stuff as well. That could be kind of cool. Like, if we just glance off someone's head, then does that, like, lessen the damage and stuff? Let's find out. We're just gonna... We'll do it anyway. Shit. Okay, we're gonna do a new function called process projectile hit, which is going to implement the process hit inside it. But first, it does this. Right? Also, process hit doesn't give us the output. So this... Fuck. Final physical damage output. Promote to local variable. Final damage. But we'd need to know the... Shit. Is it really... I mean, I could just do... Copy paste all this and just change the things that are relevant. Because it is kind of different, but it's not. It could just be done with a boolean that says, is this melee or is this projectile? Dobby, hello. Hello. How do we want to do this? let's just see what the differences are. So when we process projectile hit, so this does a lot of stuff, yeah, with the penetration dot product, blah 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 blah, and it has different output results. Calculate projectile damage is just melee damage and the dot product. Yeah, so that's... Ah, this is a tough one. My poor little brain. I mean, it's not that tough. I just have to make a decision and roll with it. But that's the difficult part. I think I'll combine them. Yeah. You know what? We're going to have process hit. We're going to chuck a boolean in here called is melee hit. The opposite of that obviously being projectile hit. What the fuck is wrong with you? No, that's fine. That's fine. Kill that. Kill that. Well, actually, no. We're gonna put this in the... yeah. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. So, all we have to do is, when we determine the outgoing damage... excuse the voice crack there. This will... I'm gonna sneeze. Pardon me. Howl Tusk. It looked like it said how it usk. Because the L looks like a... Anyway, Howl Tusk. Hello. Is there a specific use Unreal over Unity or the other way around? I'm obviously biased towards Unreal because that's the only engine that I've ever used. However, I had zero prior game dev experience before I used Unreal and found it very intuitive and very easy to pick up. So it also kind of depends what you... It depends if you have any prior experience. So if you already know C#, probably go with Unity. If you know C++, go with Unreal. If you don't have any experience, you could go with either, depending on what you want to do. Another big thing, if you want to do anything 2D related, then go with Unity, because Unreal can't do 2D very well. But yeah, again, it's all just down to personal preference. A lot of people say that Unreal is a more complete package out of the box, which, I mean, I haven't used Unity, but Unreal has had everything that I've, needed thus far. Without needing to, pay for any extra or download some stuff and that kind of thing. You don't have to pay for a dark mode theme. I think that was a big pain point for some people with Unity. But yeah, it's apples and oranges. They're both the same thing, really. That how Unreal is versatile to many platforms. How do you use it great in that regard? Easy launch. Unreal is pretty good with that. Like yeah, packaging for different platforms and stuff. I'm pretty sure it's like just a one-click thing. If you've ticked some boxes at the start, like you can ship it to Android. I don't know about iOS. I'm sure it does it. I mean, you can ship to Mac OS, so yeah. That's actually a good point about, yeah, web deploying. So if you want to make a browser game, Unity's probably your better bet. Using Unity WebGL. Yeah, yep. Yeah, that makes sense. And I guess if you've already got experience with the language, then if you did want to do like a hobby project, then probably Unity might be easier. Making a VR environment of our office, and also WebGL version for people without VR. Yeah, nice. Yeah, cool. You know, I've never tried VR. I've never put on a VR headset before, but I'm actually really curious about it. Yeah, I don't know anyone that has VR headset or anything. In fact, I don't know anyone, full stop. Fuck my life. I'm fine. Professor Book, but they released a new one next month. True. Okay, interesting. I know they've been working on like affordable VR for fucking ages. I guess with their whole metaverse thing, it's kind of very within their interests. Do I need... This impact location is just part of the hit result, isn't it? Same with the impact normal, so we don't even need to... What the... Current velocity, that's the direction of the trace. So that's just this bad boy minus this bad boy normalized. Dot with the impact normal. No, just the normal. Because it's from a sphere trace. Yeah. Location we don't need. So this is just going to calculate the impact dot, which we can then use for whatever. I'm going to call this temp, or create local. Temp impact dot. And that needs to be hit, our hit result. Da-da-da-da-da. The MetaQuest 2 was very budget friendly. Barely made any money, won a lot of... Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's their... Like, as long as they break even on it, as long as they're kind of enabling people access to their, metaverse stuff, that's kind of what they're going for. Which makes sense. It's kind of like how, I think it's Nintendo sell their consoles at a loss so that people like adopt their ecosystem and then buy the games, which is what they make the money from. I've used both engines. I think for a beginner, Unreal's blueprint system is second to none. Overall, it feels like more complete software package. Unity grade also. There's the learning materials for it in C#. It's a more bare bones game engine, which double-edged sword. Main selling point is its 2D capabilities. Yeah. That basically sums up what I've heard as well. Back in my day, Virtual Boy. True. I can say you'll get a completely different feeling of software in games once you try VR. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just, yeah, I need to try it, basically. Oh, Sandbox. Fuck, I forgot about that. So yeah. We will chat. It's only like 1 o'clock for you, isn't it? So you'll be up a lot longer. So that should be okay. Yeah. Have you hit any blockers or do you just want to chat about it? I'm just going to say the word metaverse is a highlight word. That makes sense. VR metaverse. Yeah. Good old Marky boy. Marcus McBarkus. Right, determine outgoing damage. We are going to do this over here. We are going to do we even need to do a select? I guess, well, no, because we can use this damage multiplier. Although that's damage multiplier. Or about organization design, UI light behavior. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I've kind of like forgotten everything that we talked about. Although luckily we drew some diagrams. But yeah, I think having another chat about it will be good. It'll be like we're chatting about it for the first time all over again, you know. Hopefully we arrive at the same conclusions. Blockers sound like my Scrum Master. Shit. I mean, that's kind of my job, isn't it? Could just do this. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good. Oh, actually, let's do that there. Wait, does this have a damage multiplier? It doesn't. Where was I supposed to get this from again? Oh, that would be from the action and stuff. Yeah. Let's just get the impact.product and just whack that in. Except for the slash damage. Yeah, because then that would... If it was rotating fast enough, then it would be moving the... Yeah. And then let's set this as a Outgoing damage. Yeah, good enough. Right, so then here's where it gets a bit tricky. So if we hit a component that implements the damageable interface, that means that it is foliage, basically. We know that with some certainty. These can all be the outgoing damage doodads. And then, so this is our foliage stuff. The foliage, ideally, will return a surface hit data thingo. Then it'll play the sound. It'll spawn the, leaves, particles, blah, 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 blah. I guess the difference is with the post-damage stuff, because dealing the damage is the exact same between projectiles or thrown weapons and thingamajigs. The difference is we don't need that. The difference is if it is this one, we need to do extra shit. And we do that. What's the projectile result enum called? Projectile collision outcome. Well, that's a dumb way of saying it. Projectile outcome something. Literally. Embed, ricochet, continue, bonk, break. We also need none. Well, I guess continue is none. What would... Yeah, it should never return none, basically. Unless it's melee, but then it just will ignore it on the other side. So it's just a redundancy on the other end. Do we want the... I guess we want the dot product to influence the sound. Like if it just glances off their helmet versus hits the front of it. We'll do it like clamped at 05. That'll also influence the amount of like sparks there are if the tip of the projectile or the bit of the projectile that hits them is made of metal, and then blah 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 blah. Right. We need a local variable called projectile result. Also, I'm going to rename that enum. It's dumb as the projectile collision outcome. That should be projectile collision result. Not even collision. It should be like projectile hit. No, but then hit result is its own thing. What is projectile trace? No, I guess collision makes sense. Projectile collision result. So then after that, we do this shit. And then we have this stuff here. Depending on the final damage. But if it's a whatchamacallit, static fella, then we do, does it get stuck in it? Does it play sounds? Does it ricochet off of it? That kind of thing. So let's pump that bad boy in. Here we get the final fizz damage if the... Fuck. Oh. I'm just gonna kill that for now. Yeah, nice. We need our impact dot. I should probably make that a variable. No, we're gonna do this. Yikes. There we go. That's cleaner. So if pierce damage, so this is our... Oh, fuck. Oh, also, does a throwing axe would be dealing slash damage, wouldn't it? Should probably be the slash and pierce. Oh, fuck, no, because then if it's skimming them, but it deals full slash damage. I guess a thrown axe would deal piercing damage, but it doesn't really. It's dealing, like, hacking slash chopping damage. What does that mean? Because the dot product affects the damages. So if it glances off the side of them, it'll deal less pierce damage. Therefore, it shouldn't embed in them very much. But if it's a thrown axe, it'll never deal pierce damage. It'll only be dealing slash damage. Let's just do this. Oh, the other thing is you can parry arrows and stuff. So if it gets parried, we don't want to do anything after either. Oh, that means we can parry like bullets and stuff, which is a bit interesting, but kind of badass. I think what I'll do for parrying projectiles and stuff, so like for parrying melee attacks, there's like a window at the start of the parry animation that lasts for however long. It's like 0.3 seconds or something. But I think what I'll do is for arrows, it'll be less, and for bullets, it'll be even less. So if you time it like frame perfect, you could technically parry a bullet. Ooh, maybe I'll do it based on the speed of the projectile. So it's a really slow-moving projectile. Although, if it's slower... yeah. No, that makes sense. Yeah. And then when you drink a potion of fucking Neo from the Matrix, your parry window increases in length, and therefore so does your bullet and your arrow thresholds. So then it's like full Jedi shit. I like that. Keep that one on in the vault. It's in the vault. And the parry calculation gets done in the damage handler. So yeah, and that queries the parry component, which yeah. Easy. Now, what is this? Embed bonk ricochet. Embed bonk ricochet. Oh, not break, bonk. So if we hit them square in the head, but they have a metal helmet on, it won't deal enough pierce damage, and it will just like spin off whatever. If it hits the side of the helmet and doesn't deal enough pierce damage, it'll ricochet off it. If it does deal pierce damage, then it will embed. Makes sense. Only if it isn't parried. So. If the hit's parried, let's do this. Well, actually, we can just go from here to there. Interesting. Oh no, but okay, so we can't return here. We just need to set the thing so that at the end, it doesn't even matter. Because then it will return after all this stuff is done. So let's not do that. Let's just copy paste this, because why not? This makes life easier. Cool. Right, now the other part of projectile-y stuff is the thing with the stuff. happening with this stuff? Cool. Oh, wait, no. We need to do this after here. What if we... Okay, wait. Let's just reorder that to go there. If it's melee, then do nothing. If it is... hit parried is true, then go up and do this shit. Easy. Which is literally just this again. So, you know what? Let's just do that now. Cool. Alright, I'll be back 1 sec, guys. We're back. Yes, we are. We are. Cool. All right. Back to our Fang. Whoops. I kind of want that to go. You know what we could do? Mm-hmm. Beautiful. Stunning. Remarkable. Remarkable. Right, what are we missing now? The this stuff, right? If it hits a non-character thing that doesn't have a damage handler component, aka everything that isn't a character, and we still say take damage to the actor. So if it's like an item, and we want to break the item when we shoot it, it'll still take damage. Or it will have its own damage handler thing, maybe? I don't fucking know. I mean, it doesn't really need one, because items don't have armor. And that's kind of the reason that we have the damage handler component, so that we can say, do the armor, then the limb, then the blah, blah, blah. Anyway, this can all just get yeeted from... Well, we don't need the... We don't need that anymore. That can die. However, we do need this from the hit result. So... if we hit something else, then... Because we might... Well, no, because that's foliage there, isn't it? So this will... No, I guess if we do hit an item, then it will say... Surface hit data, blah, blah, blah. Although we could just use this. Which I think is probably a better choice. Because it will... Does it get the default? It gets a default physical material as a backup. Which is... Hit component, no map. Hit result. Physical material. Is there a map to the thingo? There usually would be. Hit service data. Cool. So you... You know what? Let's just do a valid check. If it is valid, use this one. If it ain't valid, use this shit. Result is this. And then what else does it do actually? Oh, it needs to determine whether it penetrates or not. So penetration.product comes from the surface hit data. Only if it is... Only if it's a... Well, this is still relevant for melee stuff. Cat, can you hop out from behind my monitor? Please. Please, Cat. Thank you. You here? other. Hello, big girl. You're good. That should be melee. That should be melee hit. This is the one that gets fired at the start of it. I mean, it may as well use this one. I guess it's essentially the exact same thing, isn't it? Oh, except there's this one instead of this one. Ooh, we could do a sneaky. We could use a select, and then if it is. Let's just repeat it. It's fine. There'll be different logic down the line anyway for these two cases. So if I'll do this. No, actually, what is the... What does get done here? Impact dot. The impact dot is greater than penetration dot product, then embed it. If it isn't... Ah, if it's greater than that, we ricochet. If it's not, we bomb. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That is just... What the fuck is that for then? That should just... Yeah. Like this. Sweet. Embed, bonk, ricochet. Ricochet. And then that one's a bit different because because parrying. Yeah. Objects can't parry. So that makes sense. Unless, can a door parry your attack? Question mark? I don't know. I guess we'll find out in game. If someone opens a door into your weapon, I guess it would just bonk then. Yeah. Let's just debug stuff. And then over here, we have our projectile result, if relevant. We also want to return the... Was it a melee hit or not, I guess? Let's just say was melee hit, question mark? And then we play the sound, which gets set here or here or here. Oh, the other thing is if that fails, then that needs to skip to here. And Mars, how did you make the scene? In the editor preferences, just look up background, and you can set a material or image as the background in the graph editor, and you can also choose like the grid opacities and stuff like that. Yeah, I didn't know either till a few... I forget how long ago. I think Sandbox showed me, or like posted in our Discord about it. And it's changed my life since then. Okay, so when we... is it melee traces? No. Is it... Wait, where the fuck does this get... Oh, right, it's in the process hit stuff. And that just uses that and that. And the hit is that. Cat, can you behave, please? Cat? I'll eat you. I'm not kidding. Alright, we go. Alright, so now we have to do a switch on blah, 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 blah. Oh, well, fuck. So, logic time. On projectile embed, we attach component to component Well, that's pretty simple. And we weld. So that's actually pretty easy. Although this should probably be done in the item actor itself, because it might need to say that, hey, I'm embedded in the character. So like when you go to grab me, you have to use a different animation that like makes it look harder. Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, this would literally just be attach to socket, right? No, this might just work. You know what? I'll just fucking do it like this for now. I mean, let's go custom event. We need an event anyway. And then we can just tell this to call it on the item if we end up changing it. So that's pretty easy. On item embedded. On item embedded. Could just be this. And we'd need the hit results. Item embedded. Hello, Chooms. What's a choom? What on earth? Is it like chums? Hello, chums? Oh, right. right, I see. We probably don't even want to do that, do we? I mean, I'll do that for now, but it'll get weird. Ooh, nice. That's spicy. What's it mean? Yeah. Howtusk, about the donuts and the sprinkles. So you'll need to either bake a texture with the colors intact somehow. Not sure how to do that with particles. Or you could somehow set the particle color when you apply it to make the vertex color the same color as the sprinkles thingos, but I honestly don't have much of a clue with the baking particles and stuff in Blender. I am a bit smooth brain when it comes to that stuff. Yeah, I think it's a baking thing. Baking donuts, hell yeah. So, on item Ricochet, and then continue does nothing. Bonk will... We'll do it in here. Or should it be in the projectile component? Fuck, I don't know. And then break. So, I mean, some of these happen on the item itself. Some should happen in the projectile. Well, no, I guess in most... I mean, this is the only one that has to speak back to the projectile component. So it can just readjust its direction. But all the other stuff is just... like, the bonk stuff should get done on the item. Or on the attack Tracy one. Well, because we might want to override the bonk behavior. So maybe that is worth doing in the projectile movement component. And the ricochet stuff, we might want to override how things ricochet. Or if things ricochet. No, but that has to be decided in here. Break would happen in the item. Bonk would be in the item as well. Embed should be in the item. Yeah, no, it is just ricochet that happens in the thing. Speaking of tracing, I was wondering, do the IK goals and tracing work in sequence? Good question. I don't know, because I've never used sequencer. Unfortunately. I'll be back in like half a second, guys. 1 second. All right, we're back. So if ricochet, we want to get item, owning item actor, we want to get component by class, get component. pris generic projectile movement component, and we want to call ricochet on projectile ricochet. Now, what does this need? It needs a this apparently. So it just needs the hit result, basically. We'll take the end of ricochet. Yeah, I know. I'm just taking the piss. It's like when people say Fresnel. The Fresnel node. Love me a good old Fresnel in the morning. It's the Rick of Shet. The Rick and Shet. Rick and Shetty. Continue, it will do nothing. Oh, that's another thing, actually. In process hit, if it is a bush, or if it's a foliage, if it's a foliage, oh, we might want to do like a... We might want to like slow projectiles down when they go through bushes and stuff. That could be interesting. And bushes can't parry. Yeah. You'd hope so. Yes, I guess that would continue. Ricochet. Well, this should be a custom event, which is on item ricochet, which then calls the... Oh, no, it's kind of redundant. If it bonks, that's what we need to... So we're calling that. We have the hit result here, which we then break. We get the... Do we even need to set that? I don't even think we do. We just have to disable the... yeah, the traces. Oh, true. Fuck. No, I can just do that in the other thing. So yeah, that's fine. Well, actually, let's do that. And then let's just do an extra Boolean. And then if it ricochet, Rico Delachey, we want to do that anyway. So yeah, let's just let's make a new variable called attack trace lockout. So this is just so it doesn't like triple hit things. And then we just need a boolean here. Easy. Actually, no, that will not work. Because we're just gonna... Oh, well, there you go. So it's done there. So it's like within... Yeah, we can't do it there because then the previous blah, blah, blah. So we'd need to do it in here. Because it's do all of the stuff, then set the locations. But if this is that, then it'll just do that. But then it will still set the locations. So attack trace lockout there. If false, continue. If that there, then there, blah, blah, blah. Cool. That should be fine. I guess so. Good enough. Now, bonking. Well, we don't need this anymore. That no longer belongs on our projectile movement component. On collision, blah, blah, blah. We don't need that anymore. We don't need explode. Why was there a fucking explosion? On projectile embed is... done in the other thing. Well, we still need to do a call to the projectile thingo to tell it to, like, to shut the fuck up, basically. Maybe it should all go through the projectile movement component, because it... Either way, we need to call on this to stop moving. So even if it does... Yeah, no, that makes sense. So on embedded should actually be done in here. On projectile embed. And then... And then I guess the projectile movement component can speak to the item. Yeah. Actually, that actually makes sense. Wow. What are you doing, cat? You're weird. So this is all the movement does, and then the traces are separate. Nice. Why did I have to do this again? So let's not do that. Oh, no, but the embedding has to happen regardless. Because if it's physically simulated, so a spear falls on a character's face, tip first, then it can get embedded, but that's not coming from being a projectile. That's from being physically simulated. Because a projectile is a code, like fake simulated thing. So what does that mean? What is it? What does it mean? What do the numbers, what do they mean? Ah, fuck. Exactly, Quincy. Exactly. Hello, my love. How are you? You are a funny cat. Hmm? What? Yep. Woohoo! Fuck, she's gotten big over winter. Such a thick cat. I mean, she's still, like, super active, so... I mean, I've gotten thick over winter as well. Now, what were we doing again? Oh, we were deciding on how the fuck we do this shit. So projectile thingo. If I just stop it ticking if I want it to not move, right? Yeah, that's right. But ricocheting does have to happen in the projectile component and nowhere else. So that's correct there. Embedding... I can't be fucked. My brain. Well, okay, one thing we can do, that we will do, is launch projectile, launch target, launch speed, start location, set that as a previous location. Inaccuracy radii comes from here. We then suggest projectile velocity, and then inaccuracy do that by the launch speed, and that's how we get our... Well, yeah, we set the current velocity, and then that will factor in gravity and blah, 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 blah. So that's all good. If we, like, set the launch speed at, like, 1,000. Oh, maybe less than that. 500. We get a bow. We get a bow. And we shoot at something. Yeah, okay, you can see that it isn't reaching because it's going at a thing of, like, 500 or some shit. Plus, this isn't tracing. So that's good. That's good. That shows that it is working. The other thing we need to do is to... calculate the initial rotation. So, calculate projectile damage. That's no longer real. That isn't real. Oh, although we do want to get the velocity and factor that into the thing, don't we? Anyway, update projectile location. So what this does do is projectile current velocity adds that to the location. Wow. Who would have fucking thought? And adds what do you call it? Gravity to the velocity every tick or whatever. So we want to do the same thing with rotation, where we have the current angular velocity or some shit, which gets set on launch projectile. Oh, the only other thing is the arc. Oh, shit. Oh, I could get out path positions and then sum them all together to get the arc length. That's not a bad idea. Trace path. No, we don't want to. Actually, that could be kind of biggest brainus. So this is the velocity shit. Okay, actually, yeah, you know what? We do this. Although we want to do this last, so... Mars, how many hours a day do you spend on game development? Yes. So this is our calculate velocity stuff. So launch projectile needs a desired rotation rate, I guess, or the yeah. Because we might want some things to go slower, or like rotate less. Oh, the other thing about doing this is going to be the freaking center of mass. Because obviously, like, a sword doesn't rotate, if you threw it, doesn't rotate around the midpoint. Same with an axe, doesn't rotate around the midpoint of the, you know, the mesh. It obviously rotates around the center of mass. Meaning for something like an axe, it kind of just rotates around the head. Like the head stays stationary while the handle spins around it. How the fuck am I gonna do that? That will be interesting. That will be interesting, that's for sure. Unless I have the are people going to notice? I think they actually will, Jet. You would be surprised. It's also kind of relevant to the accuracy of the projectile as well. Like, if you aim at someone's head and the blade of the axe is going above and below, it will always be like... It means that you'll be hitting them with the shaft of the axe. If you were like 100% accurate, it'll hit them with the midpoint of the axe, which means that the blade won't hit them, which means that it won't deal the damage and that kind of thing, so... We're only gonna rotate it in one rotation-y boy, so that should be fine. Rotation variance. Rotation variance. Rotation inaccuracy per second. I don't know, just fuck. This should be in a function. Let's put you in function. Hello, function. This is called set initial velocity. And that's using public. So that's set initial. You can maybe assign a weight to the material calculator. Yeah, so that's something that I actually will do, but it's more about how do we get it to rotate around that center of mass using code whilst it's also moving this way. Because that means that our... Actually, no, that should be fine. Because we can rotate it around a point, like transform around a point. Because then sometimes the rotation will set the location back slightly, but then it will catch up. So I think as long as we have a center of mass point, which could either be done... We'd probably just set a socket, honestly. Or, it's a variable point from the lower to the upper bounds, and it's a 0 to 1 value between the butt and the tip of the weapon. Because then it's center of... It's the actual what is the center of balance of the thing, which is its fulcrum point. Because the... Okay, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Because... because... One of the things that we do want to simulate is that lower quality weapons aren't balanced properly, and therefore they attack slower and are less accurate, blah, 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 blah. So, weapon types will actually have a standard balance value. So it's kind of like balance value times weight value equals effective inertia, right? Which is counteracted by your character's strength and how unencumbered they are and all that good shit. It's all there. It's all. Let me show you my graph in progress. Load. So this is like the beginnings of how characters are like simulated, you know. Yeah. It's a bit big. But we've got like equipment, weight, like base weight. Material, weight, modifier. Oh. Like, there we go. Quality of thing affects balance. Balance and weight affect strength requirement. And then the strength requirement, this should actually go like way down here. But then you've got your effective strength, which is determined by the health of your arms and also how conscious your character is, like if they're drunk or if they're, you know, being knocked in the head and that kind of stuff. It's all interconnected, baby. But the main reason that it's all kind of abstracted like this is just so it's a lot easier to do like buffs and debuffs. So instead of like you know, a character kicked sand in your eyes, instead of needing to say, okay, we've got the kicked sand in eyes debuff, so we need to lower the movement speed, we need to lower the dexterity, we need to, you know, lower the vision if it was an NPC so they can't detect people easier. And then when that debuff wears off, we need to set all of them back to where they were, which means that you get like weird shit if it's like additive and multiplicative, if like a multiplicative one expires before an additive one and you end up changing the base somehow. This way it would just be, we got sand kicked in our eyes, therefore our effective aiming is reduced, so our shooting spread's increased. Our dexterity is reduced, so our aim sway is increased, and vision is also part of detection and that kind of thing. So we only have to like change one value to get extra results. So it ends up being a lot easier. Once it's all figured out, that is. It's also easy for things like, you know, overall equip weight equals slower movement and you use more stamina. But then if you're stronger, then that is less impactful. So then you get like build things like, you know, if you want to use super heavy armor, like you can use super heavy armor as a weak character, but you'll move slower and, you know, you'll use more stamina. And the weight and mobility of the equipment, which is affected by the quality as well, affect the armor encumbrance, which affects the limbs. So if you were a weak character using heavy and badly made armor, then your dexterity would be super impaired and you wouldn't be able to shoot bows properly. And so that's just emergent from the way that the character's attributes are simulated. So we don't have to actually program in a, you know, if you're wearing this armor, blah, 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 then reduce the accuracy and that kind of stuff. It's all just, it just happens, you know. Sounds like this is when you need the other spreadsheet the words I've seen. Kind of. The best way to get these little things matter for the players, actually have them affect the gameplay in a visible way. I think. Yeah, so the thing is that this affects all characters, like NPCs as well. So if you damage a character's head, then they're going to be all dizzy and won't be able to swing their weapon properly, and they'll be kind of all over the place, and they'll start moving slower, and they won't be able to detect you if if it's dark and you go and hide and that kind of thing. So like, if you sneak up on someone in the dark while it's raining and you throw a rock at their head and they don't have a helmet on, then their hearing and vision very impaired. You can basically sneak up and one-shot them because you've already, donged them and they've got no idea what's going on. And it's supposed to be challenging for the player. And it is all visualized. So if your vision goes below a certain threshold, your character will, like, you know, cover their face with their hand as though they're, like, blinded or have something in their eyes. If you're, you know, drunk or sick or you've had too many potions or something, then your consciousness gets reduced and you'll start kind of zigzagging as you move around. And then, yeah, things like when your arms get damaged, they become floppier. When your legs get damaged, you start limping, and, you know, your mobility is reduced, and, you know, the safe landing threshold gets reduced, and all these other auxiliary effects. So a lot of it will kind of be deductible by logic. Like, if you've taken an arrow to the knee and then you need to climb up or climb over a wall, you would expect that to hinder it in some way. Same thing with, like, if you were wearing really restrictive plate armor and you tried to climb over a wall, then, you know, weight and mobility, armor encumbrance, legs, encumbrance, movement, vault, climb speed, jump height, landing threshold, blah, blah, blah. And so this is how we create balance, because in reality, like, full plate harness is, like, literally impenetrable. Like, you can't, unless you bypass the armor completely by, you know, pinning them on the ground and lifting up their, you know, male standard and stabbing them in the neck. Plate armor is, like, overpowered, which is also how it is in the game. Like, it basically negates all sharp damage. Well, it does negate all sharp damage and a lot of impact damage. But at the cost of, it impedes movement if you're, you know, not strong enough, or if the armor isn't well made enough. And so you might come up against these fully armored opponents, but they'll be, like, super slow, and they'll be, you know, really telegraphy, and you'll, you know, be able to just kind of dodge around them or parry them and bonk them on the head with a hammer and eventually get them to die. It'll be good. It'll be good. You just watch. It'll all come together. It is very, like, simulation heavy, but it also opens up a lot of stuff in the future. It's also like, if we wanted to add a blind character or a deaf character, we can actually just set the value to 0, and they, you know, they'll be able to detect you by hearing, but not by vision, because it'll actually, it's all, like, dependent and whatnot. It's definitely one of those systems that has a big setup cost, but a big payoff down the line, you know. Just trust me, bro. Just trust me. Okay, this is our set initial velocity. And that's all good. Yeah, blinds, exactly. So we want to set initial rotation. That's our new function. So set initial rotation. So, oh fuck, we need to... So these are all global variables. They're not... Yeah. Well, they should be. Yeah, they should be. Right, let's get set rotation. Well, let's set these as big boy variables. Because we might want to know the... Yeah, fuck it. Whatever. Right, so now we have to do math, which is very exciting. We have to calculate how many degrees it will take to reach the thing to then end up at the right angle. So, like, what's the... launch projectile. We need a desired, well, optimal finishing rotation. Optimal finish rotation? Desired. Desired impact rotation. Because a knife gets thrown... Well, you'd throw a knife from... You know, like, from the tip. Probably. If it's going to be, like, fucking, you know, classic throwing knives. Even though throwing knives are usually just, like, literally triangle bits of metal. Which you'd throw like this. But I guess that's part of the projectile. Some of them start in this position, but they need to end in this position. To... Pew, pew. I don't know what that's supposed to be. That's an impact point there. We can get the initial rotation in world space. Yeah. No, but that's world. We needed as a fucking in local rotation. How do we even rotate? Desired impact angle from default. Why am I even setting these as variables? I don't know. They could just all be local variables and then feed them into the things that need them. Is there a reason? Not really. enough. The other thing we need to do is on launch projectile set initial velocity. We do. Oh shit! Where did it go? Fuck. Predict projectile path. Yeah, whatever. We don't have to trace it. We just need to. Travel, well, yeah, distance to target with arc. And then we want to... How do we get the length? We just need to... Oh, that's a lot of... Wait, if I get the distance squared and add them all together and then square root it, will that give me the same result as if I got the distance between the points and... Like, can I get, like, spline length? Or just length? Path length? No. Oh, wait. No. Length, length, length. No, that's number of items in an array. Okay, I'm gonna have to do this manually. Loop. For each loop. There we go. Predicted projectile path, ordered series of positions from start pos to the end, includes location at point of impact if it hits something. But that's not what we want to do. We want to... Oh, just projectile velocity. How am I gonna... How can I predict? Sounds like it's... No, it's going fine. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to get the... So, from this point to this point is a certain length, but if we shot the projectile at in an arc to this point, we want that length, because we're going to be rotating a thrown weapon along this point, and we need to know this length so that we get the number of rotations correct so that the thing hits the target properly, like, you know, with the point of the knife or the head of the axe. But then we adjust the inaccuracy of the rotation rate, so the further you are, the less chance it has to actually hit them properly. So, yeah, I just need to... Length of arc affected by gravity. Equations for a falling body. I think I might just do sum of steps. Yeah. Yeah, sum of steps should be fine. I mean, it's supposed to be inaccurate anyway, so... Yeah, I think we'll just do this. We don't want to look for blocking hits, but we also want to... 12% of the final trace we did will not be in the path if there is a hit. When I leave the result, just get the length of it. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do, Tiwi. I'm just thinking we need the... Because this will... I mean, if I did trace path... Because I need it to stop where our cursor is, right? Because this only has a start position and a launch velocity. But then suggest projectile velocity shows us the velocity. Oh, and this should be the I mean this what's that got in it? No. I wish that this one would output the new length that it would do. Because here, what we're doing... let me just get rid of that. This is a dumb comment box. Yeah, because this isn't gonna... Unless we trace the path and hit something that we're aiming at. But then it could hit something that we're not aiming at. But that wouldn't actually matter, because we'd hit it. But we might not, because of the inaccuracy. Fuck. Like, this can draw a debug, right? So this knows what all the points are. Well, actually, okay, so if this isn't going to take in the inaccuracy cone, right? So this will always be... This will always hit something if we're aiming at something. So, should that go against hitbox? Well, wait, do these do hitbox? collision. Yeah, hitbox is anything that can be... Nope, I'm wrong. Then what's it even... Oh, it's for objects. Gotcha, gotcha. Well, then what are our attack traces even tracing against? Trace channel hitbox. Well, then how do... Oh, because it's the sparks and the bonk that are tracing against objects. Which means that our projectiles are... See, I don't want it to trace... I want it to do it until a point, because we know where it's supposed to go. I mean, we could do it so that it's close to our target location. So we could just say, not trace of the knife could bounce away from blocking. Yeah, but the problem with that is when we predict the arc, if it doesn't collide with anything, it will predict as though it was like down here, which means that our predicted rotation rate is going to be off because it's going to say, oh, we're aiming to hit something down there. But I think what I can do is do the predicted path and then anything... Oh, no, but how do we determine something that's further away? Well, I guess it is just further away than our thing. Unless it was a... Well, yeah, because it can never come back like that. So our target location, if the point is further than it, even if it's just in XY, we omit that one. And we would use that one and then add this one as the very last one, then calculate the distance between all the sub-steps with the target location as the end one. That makes sense. Go team. Go team. Precision is of the essence here, you know? If you couldn't tell. Is there a step maxim time? Yeah, cool. That should be the... Fuck, do we set that in launch projectile? At the projectile location. Okay, gravity's hard set. We need to have a variable called projectile gravy. Which should be regular by default. But some things might not be affected by gravity, so... Oh. I clicked something bad. Now we've frozen. Yep, there it goes. Goodbye. None of them are relevant. I'm going to skip restore. Thanks. Hello, editor. Editor. Oh, wait, no, there we are. Close the thing. Fuck off. There we go. Okay, where were we? We were doing the projectile movement component. Sweet. Gravity gets set. Fantastical. Fantastical. New thing. Calculate distance traveled by arc. Velocity. And then this. All right, now predict the projectile part. What's advanced? I don't like that. Predict projectile by trace channel. We're not actually going to trace. Here's the start pos. Let's actually put that. No, you know what? We'll do a little helix crossover. Oh, we also need the end point, end location. So then we predict the thing. We just fucking, I don't know. It's not actually going to trace. Draw debug time. Let's actually put this up. The sim frequency is in... Determine size of each substep in the simulation. The size of each substep. Is that in time or in... I guess we go to 5. The projectile gravity is this one. And size of his chopping up max. Yeah, so that's time. Oh no, right. So it's divided by, so there's going to be 15 sim points in here. Fuck, I don't know. I think 5's our maximum. Right. Well, no, because we always favor... We could get distance here and use that to, like, the sim time. Fuck it, no. It's not gonna, it's a one-off thing. It's not expensive. Let's just fucking do this. It's like 4 seconds. Sim frequency, I don't know, whatever. We'll see how it goes. Right, so then we have the... So for each ordered series position from start pause to end includes location at point of impact, blah, 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 blah. So the start to end location, let's get distance 2D squared. That's the cheapest. Then let's set this as a local variable. Because this is presuming that projectiles never travel backwards, right? Yeah. Yes. They should never travel backwards. So this is the max prediction length. I don't fucking know. So we set that one there. Oh, this is really triggering me. I might just... That's no better. That's a bit better. I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Oh, wow, that's spicy. Anyway, fuck this shit. Okay, so we have all of the predicted positions. Now, for each of them, we need to set a local variable. This is the previous point. That gets set at the end. So we're going to get this one, distance to previous point. Well, actually, no. Previous point needs to get set at the start to be the start location. So then the distance from our first point will be 0. So it'll be this distance vector 2D squared. Well, actually, here's my question. Oh no, this needs to be a full distance. Tiwi, do you know if I get the distance squared of all of the points and add them up and then get the square root of that, will that return the same result as if I got the distance, like distance, and added them all together? Because it would be cheaper to add all the distance squareds together and then root it than to root it every time and add them together. But I don't know if adding them as squared values and then square rooting them, if there's like some weird order of operations thing. I don't know. Don't know. Okay. I can test it. But before I test it, I need to use the bathroom, so I'll be back in a few minutes. And we're back. And I have toast. I made some toast. I double cooked some bread. Okay. Why is float greater than float? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, it's just called greater than. That's fucking infuriating. This is greater than or equal to the max. Prediction length? Is that what we're calling it? Yeah. Then, well, actually, we can do that as a. Well, no, it has to be a branch, actually, because we want it to return after that. Okay, let's do this as less than. This is less than that. True. Then we get the... Well, we need a local variable called... Ah, fuck. No, go away. Called... the... arc length. Well, final. Oh, let's go temp. Why do I always type lengths? Temp. Arc length. So we want this plus the next distance to then set the new arc length, then set the previous point. So and we're then gonna Is it vectors in your right? It's only comparing it to see if they've gone past the thingo, but we're actually using the arced vectors. I just figured it's cheaper to check the 2D distance squared if it's, you know, if it's exceeded where the cursor was here. Then we know to go back and use this 3D vector. Like from here to there. Compare the length, not the... Compare the length, not the distance of that point. The length and not the distance of the arc point and the end point. Well, sorry, this is max prediction distance, which is just, yeah, the distance from start to end location in 2D space. Need to calculate for each arc point the length. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Here. So start location, distance to the point, and if it's greater than this start to end distance, then we know that we've gone past here. So therefore, we should use this point and go from here to here, like the end point. Not one of the predicted. So, like, if the predicted points were here and here, but our finish point is here, if we get to this point and its distance 2D is greater than this, then we know that we've gone past, and then we use this one to calculate the rest of the distance. That's all good. That's all good. So at the moment that this exceeds, we want to get the previous point and then get distance to the end point, end location, and add that as a very final thing to here. Well, it'll just be that plus that equals our final arc length. And that finishes it off nicely. Mm-hmm. Oh, you know what else we can do, actually? We can... No, wait. Yeah, this one, the actual variable. We can calculate the time that it's going to take for the thing to hit, which is actually important for AI stuff. There we go. So another reason that calculating the arc is actually relevant. Because if we throw like a thrown axe and it's pretty like slow, the AI needs to know when it's predicted to hit them, and then we can blur it with their difficulty settings, whatever. You know, if they're silly, then they'll misjudge it. So wait, how does this work? It's just this divided by the other, isn't it? The only problem here will be... No, we should probably calculate this separately, like for the AI. Because... if we're aiming at this guy, and there's a guy behind him, and we miss him, and it instead goes on to get this guy will think that the projectile is supposed to land here. So we need to do the arc prediction again, but using the self character's point. Yeah. Anyway, this should work. I'm curious to see... Can I, like, draw debug for duration? Well, this should actually do it on the arrow. Because it's actually using this component, right? There you go. There's our points. We could probably go way small, like way coarser than that. We definitely don't need all those points. If it... Wait. Oh, right. No. I know why that's happening. Because... if we launch it, if there is no velocity that we can do, we then use a 45-degree angle. Which isn't this, but how do we get a 45-degree vector in the z-axis? Do you know what I mean? If we get a normalized XY vector and just add 0.5 in Z, is that still normalized? I'm so confused. I can't rotate vector because around axis. Axis being the XY direction. What would the pitch be then? But is the pitch like... Is it like world pitch or... oh. I'm confused. I'm fucking confused. That's pitch or roll? Oh, let's just test this. Let's just see if it works. Pitch roll yaw. Okay. I'll see if this does anything. Okay, that definitely wasn't it. Well, that was like 45 degrees down. Maybe I'm just tripping. Oh, no, that had a predictable velocity, sorry. Where did that one go? Okay, yeah, it's not... That ain't it. Roll pitch... Okay, Oh, so I'm just going to put the launch speed down. Because I get set when we start live. That looked not too shit. No, but that's just going like forwards. Maybe that is it. Is that 45 degrees though? I'm not convinced. I mean, because it should balance out quicklier. Well, you know what we could do? Is if we just launched it like this. without any values here. No, but would that still be normalized or not? Fuck, no, that... No, You know what we need? We need a... On projectile tick. Give us the angle in world thing. We'll just do this. And we'll just see if it comes out as 45 degrees at the start. So we do this. That is incredibly hard to read. I don't know why I'm alive. Okay, and then if we do this... Oh, I unhooked it. Oh my fucking god. This is... Let's do that. That. So the 2D thing, rotate it by 45 degrees, something, something, something. What a wild ride. Alright, slow motion. We shoot. It's definitely out of distance. It started at 22 degrees. That's a weird one. Why would it do that? What if we do it the other way? Is it maybe like a world space thing? No, same thing. How do we get it to shoot at a 45 degree? Well, is it this, maybe? Wait, hold on. Vector pointing 45 degrees up. Is it true that a vector making 45 degree... Fuck off, Cora. Vectors in direction. Some vectors are... Hold on. Vectors and scalars. A vector quantity is a quantity that's fully described by the magnitude and direction. Representing vectors, vector quantities are often represented by scaled vector diagrams. That was no help at all. What is the... Would the... No. No. Unless... Seeing the slow-mo in the group balls made me wonder, would it be possible to have remnant images of a character's animation with different material? You could, but it would end up being quite costly if you, like, duplicated the scaly mesh, and I mean, it depends how many iterations of it you wanted. Yeah. You could just have things following it with a delay. Yeah. Yeah. I guess you could. It would be possible. Yes. All right, here's what we're going to do. First thing we're going to do is we're going to convert vector to rot. Get rotation rotation from X vector. Yeah, like a shadow. Yeah, exactly. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're tacknabbit. Oh, how do I do the thing? Oh no, it would be look at rotation. So we need more music. All right, we could do this. Right. Oh, but we want to zero out the Z. Right, now we're big braining. AKA, this is my last resort. Then we want to... then we want to rotate. We want to combine rotators. 45 degrees in pitch. Then we want to get forward vector. Then we want to variationate it and then multiply it by the launch speed. But I'm going to leave that. Yeah. So this is our last resort. Suffocation, no breathing. Is this going to work, or is the rotator in world space? But how does a fucking rotate? No. How does rotation work? Ooh, I want to die. I want to die. Let's see what happens. What's going on here? Let's just do this either way. Just to make sure that this is not fricking. Also, let's let's print this value. This value. Yeah. No. Let's debug line. Draw debug line from the start point. Start location. Then start location plus this shit times big number, 100, equals end line. Duration, 10 seconds. Thickness, 5. Color, anger. Okay. And then I also just want to... Well, I mean... But let's just do that when it gets... Well, no. That's not 45 degrees, though. Huh? It is 45 degrees, but it's... What the shit? Where is it? What the fuck is going on? I'm just so confused. I'm just so... We don't care about the rotation. This has nothing to do with rotation. This is just about this shit. I mean, to be fair, this is using the wrong thing. So that visualization isn't helpful. So we're getting our look at rotation in the Z, combining with pitch, then getting the forward vector of that. Launch speed. So, yeah. So find a rotation for an object at start location to point at target location. Yeah. That's got nothing to do with the... Yeah, so that's a world space rotation. Combine two rotations to give you the resulting rotation first applying A, then B. Yeah. Yeah. Gib. Gib thing. Please. No, don't punch the fucking bow. What is this shit? Well, at least this is always pointing that way. But is it different? No. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so it's just the wrong... It's probably the X. It's probably this that we want. Even though roll makes no sense. Oh, that looks better. Is it dough? What it does do? Nope, that's very wrong. What the fuck? Rotate. Maybe we do this way. That and then that and then. I just want to fucking die. Wow, that looks correct. But at least it's going the right way. Oh no, I just closed down the thing. Is it? When I rotate 45 up. Cross product with unit Z vector to get axis of rotation. You want to rotate 45 degrees up. Cross product with unit Z vector. No, but that's what we want. That's what we want to. That's what we want to. That's what we want to figure out. So if our X and Y, you know, like horizontal unit vector is a thing, what does the... How do we get 45 degrees up with that same thinger? You know? I don't know, I just have a feeling that a 2D vector and just changing the Z unit to be a certain number, it's like something always gives but then it wouldn't be normalized. What are we doing here? I don't know, Bink. I literally do not know. I have zero idea. All I want to do is just get a vector and tilt it up like... So, a vector, a horizontal vector along this plane, so any direction around me as a vector, and then I just want to tilt it up 45 degrees. That's it. That's literally all I want to do. Rotate vector. But this isn't rotate. This is rotate in world space, right? So I'd need to rotate around axis. So the in vector is this. The axis is, what is the axis? So is the axis the cross product of Z. Like that. Is that our... I guess, well, yeah... We do a little brute force. We do a little brute force. Is this the doid we looking for? I mean, that's correct when looking that way, but then it goes funky looking. Like it's coming towards us. Well, actually, is that... What is that doing? No, maybe that is correct. It's just the field of view. Some weird shit. That might be it. I think that's correct, yeah. Well, we can check if it's actually going at 45 degrees. How do I... Oh, there we go. Oops. There we go. Because 45 degrees is the optimal, if you don't count air resistance and stuff, the optimal, like, furthest you can possibly shoot something, you know? That looks like your direction plus. Yeah, yeah. That's exactly what we want. Can I get, like, rot from X? No, it should be rot from Z. One of them make rot. One of these should return 45 degrees somewhere. Right? Right? Or is it from X? Oh, fuck. That is not. So that's from Z. Yeah, no, that ain't it. That ain't it. It would be make rot from probably XY. No. No. Well, what about this? What's this do? What am I? What is world rotation? You know what I'm saying? Like, does anyone really know what world rotation is? Has anyone seen world rotation before? Dunno. The Z is always -90, which must mean something. we just do this. Gill myself. What does it mean? Oh, they're in... What? So it's not XYZ, it's pitch your roll. So we have... What the fuck? Oh, it's... That's I just kill me in my dumb face. All right, this is our... I feel physically sick from doing this. Because if I do this, then it's really not going where it should. It should be in world thingo. World thing. Do the world thing. Like that doesn't look right, does it? Start vector with unit Z, ACOS, then convert to degrees. No, but I wanna rotate it by an angle. You know? Oh, hold on. Whoops. Maybe that had an effect on it. You never know. Oh, I can feel like my glands swelling up just thinking about rotations. That's it. There we go. I fucking figured it out. It's because it wasn't normalized. Pitch is now always 45 degrees. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Always 45 degrees. Yep. Oh. Oh. Finally. So whoever suggested cross product with Z and whoever suggested rotate vector around axis, congratulations. You have won the prize. That's all. Well, I actually feel like I'm gonna vomit. I'm not even kidding. feel like genuinely physically ill. That was so damn intense. Oh, I'm out of breath. Like, I'm actually out of breath. I'm not just like exaggerating, pretending I'm like a nerd or something. Like I'm actually physically exhausted from doing that. I'm probably going to go into a coma after the stream. All right. Start location, normalize, cross product, rotate vector around axis. We now have our blah, 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 blah. We want to get this one. So we're going to actually, instead of doing this, we will do that. We're going to do this here. However, the toss velocity needs to be the toss velocity pre-thingo. Random unit vector. Vector. Well, actually, you know what we do? Ah, fuck it, I'll do the lazy version, which is just get a select. Select, no predicted arc. Wait, is that true? Predicted an arc, yes. If we did, we want to send in the clowns. No, we want to send in this one. Hello? Hello? Hello. If false, we want to send in this one. No, we... Oh, fuck. Toss velocity is the fucking bull. Oh, shit. What have I done? If that's the velocity... Oh, does that normalize it? Hey! Stop that! You little prick. Random unit vector in cone in degrees gets a random vector with a length of 1 within the specified cone. With uniform random distribution, so we don't have to normalize it before it goes in, because that's just going to output a unit. So then, yeah, this is that, but then this here, without the random unit bullshit, is our false one. And then that goes into the toss velocity. Those both go into here. So this is toss velocity without variation cone. Alright, how do I make this not look like hot trash? Probably impossible. We could do this. Maybe. Maybe. Then we don't even need that. Then we can just get that into there. And that can just live up here. And up here. Oh, fuck my life. Okay, cool. So, now that we've got that out of the way, now that we've got a fucking 45-degree angle calculated, now it's time to move on to what we were actually doing, which was calculate distance traveled by arc. The sim time, we'll go 4, but sim frequency, like, way less, like 3 times as less. And then we iterate through all the path positions, add them all together. When we get to a point that exceeds the target distance, we then use that end location. Instead of doing that, add that to the arc length. That's our final arc length. Arc length to target. All right, initial rotation. So now we have the goddamn distance to target with arc. Oh, we do need to know the launch speed, don't we? Because if we have... So the launch speed... Is it distance over speed? Speed over distance equals time? Does anyone know anything in the chat? If it's 1,000 units going at 1,000 speed, then it takes 1 second. If it's 500 units at 1,000 speed, then it takes 0.5 seconds. So like 500, how many thousandths is... Don't judge me. No, wait. Divided by 1,000 is 0.5. Okay, yeah. And then if it was 2,000, but we were traveling at that, it would take 2 seconds. Gotcha. So this is time until target hit. Well, yeah. Whatever. So then in our set initial rotation, oh, we have to do fucking. Also, this isn't set initial rotation, this is set initial angular velocity. No, I'm over here trying to be mature with you, but you're throwing out phrases like toss velocity. Hell yeah. Toss velocity multiplied by target length. Doctors hate him, you won't believe this one weird trick. To increase, to reach your target length. Alright, distance to targets with... we don't actually need this because we're going to be doing a rotation over time. Where's our current angular velocity? Current. We don't have one. Current angular velocity. Is a rotator probably? I don't fucking know. Who knows? Is this gonna be... So what if we just like... Well, no, that's what we want to set, don't we? We want to calculate. Well, you know what? Let's just set this as... It'll be 10 per second. 10 degrees. This will be degrees per second. So if we wanted it to do a full rotation, it would be time until hit target divided by... I don't fucking know. What? It'd be 360 divided by the time would give us the angle per second needed. Yeah. But then we need to like do divide with remainder and then adjust it. So it's like... Alright. Update projectile thingo. This is our default, this is like our arrow one. So we're just gonna leave that for now. We're gonna get owner. Get rotation. Well, can we add rotation? Add actor local rotation. Adds a delta to the rotation of this component in its local ref. Oh, yeah. If we did this, we need delta seconds. Delta decans. Delta world seconds. Split. This divided by... No, wait. I do this with the velocity. Because it obviously has to be frame independent. Where's our... update projectile location? Delta world seconds times by velocity equals the actual distance. So that means that delta world seconds times by the angular velocity, you know, 100 per second. Or so. Let's go like 360 per second. We put that in there. And that's adding it. And then we test. So this should make our arrows fucking flip around real funny. It did do it. It did do it. Now the thing is, we need to set the initial rotate. Oh. I mean, the initial rotation will just be the starting velocity. So set launch projectile, set initial angular velocity. First, we'll set the rotation. So get owner. And then set rotation. Set actor rotation. We're going to look at... Well, no, we can just get the fucking fuck. What is it? What are we getting? Well, no, because we want the predicted... So we want the launch velocity pre... What do you call it? Pre-inaccuracy cone? Cone variation? I don't know. And then the current velocity is the post one. So launch velocity pre-inaccuracy cone. We get this. That is this. It's all coming together. Well, let's get... Wait, what's it supposed to be? On update thingo. Calculate... Update projectile rotation, it's rot from X. And that doesn't have to be normalized. So we're going to set active rotation rot from X. That's our starting thing. Starting rotation. So this arrow should always come out facing the right way, and then it's gonna, yeah, spin around. Can I just like close? This is update projectile location, which we don't want. We want the update rotation and set initial angular velocity. Velo Kitty. Doing something. Cool. And then if we do it this way. Yep. So actually doing it this way, that should be negative. So negative Y equals like a throwing knife or whatever would be, unless it was underhanded. Oh god, I don't want to. That's easier. It just means changing that to be positive if it was an underhand throw. Oh fuck, that's actually a good point, because that's fine. It's fine. Just fucking leave it. So update projectile rotation is the... Well, the angular velocity can just be a float value, honestly. Because, like, we're not doing fucking 3D rotation. It's just rotating around one axiom. One axiom. So. What's our desired impact angle from default? We also need our where is it? On our launch projectile, we get our desired rotation rate. Desired rotation rate. Cool. We're gonna... Yeah. So whatever this is, we're just gonna say for now that this is always gonna be... desired rotation rate. That's like... should that be per second? Yeah. Should it be revolutions per second, or should it be degrees per second? I think degrees probably makes sense. Let's do like, what's double 360? 720. That's pretty generous. Okay, so here we go. Time until target hit. We've got our angular velocity. That's what we're going to be setting. We're going to set current angular velocity. How do we calculate this? Well, we need to know what the initial rotation is. Can I get actor local rotation? Get actor... Well, no, it's just this, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. So we just break that. Break. And it's pitch that we're altering. So this is the initial pitch. Initial launch pitch. Then we need to calculate how many revolutions it needs to perfectly hit our target using this as the closest point. So it would be... desired rotation rate. This is per second. So time until target hit. Divide. Can I do like remainder? Division, whole, and remainder. Turns a number of times divisor will go into dividend. Dividend divided by divisor, as well as the remainder. Can't I just do that with just getting the... just truncating it? Like frac and truncate? Right? So if the time until target hit is 2 seconds... Come back, Henri. Okay, so let's say we've got 2 seconds. Our rotation rate is 720. That's fucked. Let's go 7... Well, no, because... Okay, so 720 is 2 whole rotations. Divided by 360 is 2 rotations. 2 Well... It's 2 revolutions, right? So if we wanted to do... Well, let's say it's going to take 3 seconds, but we have a desired rotation rate of 2 revolutions per second. Meaning 3 seconds divided by the 2 revs means it's going to rotate 1.5 times. So then in order to make it hit at the right spot, we need to get this... Let's do it with a bigger number. So it's going to take 5 seconds. And it's 2 revolutions per second. No, let's go bigger. 7 seconds. It's a big one up in the air. Or we can just speed up the rotation rate. Because like a throwing knife will go like fucking 4 times a second. Right? Yes. Alright. 4 times a second. Good. It's going to take 2 seconds to reach it. 4 revolutions. That's not right. It's the other way. It's 4 revolutions in 2 seconds. Is 2. So that would hit. If it was 4 revolutions in 3 seconds. That means... Oh, wait, yeah, no. So in order for it to hit, we have to multiply the desired rotation rate by 1.3, and then it will actually hit. So if it's going to take... No. No, it's supposed to be multiple... Fucking brain. My brain! How about we look at it like how many degrees? So time until target hit, 3 seconds. How many? Well, if it's 3 times or 5 or 4 times a second, it's gonna have to do 12. No, that doesn't make sense. I figured this out earlier today. I'm just like fucking... You know what? I think it's time for a break. I think we'll leave it at that. We've gotten this far. We did something. I forget what we actually did. But now we can pretend this is like a throwing knife, by the way. Oh, look at that. Wow. And now we just have to calculate... Well, we have to rotate it around the... Oh no, we have to rotate it around axis. Fuck. We have to rotate it around a midpoint. Rotate. Transform? Transform a rotator by the supplied transform. No, transform location by the supplied transform. That's what we use. So the current location is that. The transform would be... No, fuck off. Would be the rotation that we're adding, and the location would be the center of mass, and then that... No, because that... I don't know. Haha! Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Let's save this thing. Whatever the fuck it is. I don't even know, bro. What a sick NFT. Huh. I reckon it's time for me to rest. I didn't realize it's been 7 hours of streaming, and my brain is heating up. So, thanks everyone for hanging out. I had a great time. Hope you all had a great time too. We are going to raid Sov. Sov is online. So let's raid Sov. If you didn't know, I've got a YouTube channel. Check it out. It's got tutorials and other stuff. We have a Discord server. It's actually a Discord partnered server, official recognized community server. So come join in. We have lots of cool features like forum threads and something else. I don't know. So if you need help with anything, ask in the Discord. It's a good place. Lastly but not leastly, the most efficient way to support monetarily is via the Patreon, which I just linked in the chat, for as little as $1 per month Arena. So I guess with all that being said, we say goodbye, and we raid Sovereign Dev, who is working on a game called Sovereign and is a dev. Although I think he's actually working on a shooter side project. Anyway, thanks everyone. Guten Tag. Goodbye.